Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Coach Pupil League Season 5, Week 1. I am ZenoAkoop. With me is Avanhokie. How are you doing today, Avan?
I'm doing good, and I'm looking forward to casting this match, or these couple of matches. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Let's look at what matchups we have lined up today. So we are going to be watching the Tier 3 matches of Samyang Fire versus Team Socialized Healthcare.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like we've got some color coding going on throughout the matchups. So, do you want to go with the first two?
Yeah, so luckily today we get to see all three non-mirror matchups with a double up of our Terran vs. Protoss matchup. And then we end the day with a marvelous Terran vs. Terran, one of my personal favorites. And everyone else hates that matchup, so it's fine. It's going to be great. Now, I know you know some of these players. Give me some of the opinions, because I am honestly in the dark about pretty much everyone here.
Yeah, so I said before, just looking at the players here, I know Chess. I know formerly Chess Z playing Terran this season, so that should be a lot of fun. I know Borisu. I've played with him a lot. Lots of free-for-alls with him. I think I even played him in a CPL set a couple seasons back. Buenaventura has been around CPL. Seems like a nice guy, so I think we've got a good variety as far as the games go, until we reach that TVT. But you know, a good TVT can be as good as any matchup. So I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Well, since we have so many games left to go, do you want to go ahead and get right into it?
Sure. Yeah, let's jump right in.
All right. So, the maps today are going to be Clayfields, Sylphid, and if we go to a third game, Bloody Ridge. And our first matchup is going to be BDB Rufus versus Theseus. Let's get started. Here we go.
Okay. Okay. So, starting off on our first map, we've got Clayfields. And in the upper left-hand corner, our Protoss player, BDB Rufus.
And in the bottom left, we have Tobias. Tobias or Tobias? What are we going to say for this name?
Tobias.
Tobias. All right.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
And it looks like his name is a little different than he uses in CPL, but that's fine.
We could also just call him Theseus. Also an option.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we could just go Theseus.
We'll just go with Theseus. So
as this is a matchup that we should have the most expertise right here, because I'm a Protoss player, you're a Terran player.
I mean, you say that, but I have absolutely no idea what to do in this matchup. It is such an enigma at times, because sometimes I feel like I'll play bad and win, and then sometimes I feel like I'll play well and lose. So, you just never know.
I actually feel kind of the same way, but I think there's just more flexibility for the Protoss in the matchup, so that's why, a lot of times it can be troublesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also, it can be a little troublesome knowing what you're best at as the Protoss player. Because some people might say, go for a bunch of gates. Some people are better at mass expanding style, or, some guys like a Reaver. Certain people like DTs. There's a lot of options. But, so, starting off, looks like we've got one gate and gas coming. So that's pretty standard.
And there'll be some sort of factory expand, since we're getting the gas already from Theseus. So...
And is this a full wall? It's looking like?
Yes, it will be a full wall. So.
And it looks like he just bumps the SCV off that depot to go scout, actually.
Yeah, so barracks to the left of the depot, or depot to the right of the barracks, is zealot tight, but we'll let a marine through. So nice
Okay.
wall off from our Terran. Definitely going to be safe against any form of zealot harass.
Mm-hmm. But it looks like Rufus is just going straight up to his cyber core, and yep, goon coming out.
So yeah, definitely no early zealot pressure. Always a relief when you don't have to deal with that nonsense.
But he would have been prepared had it come,
Yeah,
so that
absolutely.
is a nice thing.
Yep. So
Very standard.
very
So far.
standard out of both players. Cutting the guys out of gas once the factory's down. Love to see that. Just very nice standard play.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what do you think about clay fields in the Terran vs Protoss matchup?
So in these positions, there isn't that much use of the high ground. I mean, obviously, we'll probably still see it used as far as fights and things go. But like, say we had the left position and the right position, then those high ground ramps are in between. More so, here there's like a direct path.
There's a direct path, so okay, that makes a lot of sense. Getting the command
As
center
far
down.
as yeah, command center coming down. Is there any particular way you like to play on this map?
I'm a big fan of 5 factory play on this map because if you can push up and just siege a couple of tanks on that high ground, it becomes very difficult for the Protoss to break through that again.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it's a good, if you can get that position and maintain it. It's a very strong defensive position.
that's always the big if. But I've also seen opinions that 3 base play is the way to go. So
And we have the SCV coming in. We're gonna get a scout here, and he's gonna see the robo off one gate. So that's very nice for Thesis, getting a scout that late.
now, is this ever like one gate observer?
So, like, if you're going for 3 gate observer, in my experience, you add 2 gates. Your second and third gates are at the same time, so it could be.
Okay.
But with how late it's coming, I think we'll get 3 gates. Yeah.
Looks like we get the 3 gates.
So if it's 3 gates, I think it should be observer. Because if you're, it's really based off of like PvP. Is the reason I think this way. But 2 gates I always think is good for Reaver. 3 gates observer. But obviously he has 2 bases, so he can afford, if you want to go Reaver, delayed.
Absolutely. So it looks like we have our siege tanks with siege mode sieged up on that high ground. Means the goons can't really harass this expansion too much, and SCV's kind of getting a little lost on the transfer over, but it's okay. Both players just content to get up expansion. Still not a ton of fighting going on just yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's nice to get into a seemingly macro position as far as this first game goes. Haven't really seen them going at it yet. And I think, I think it does rely a little bit. Well, okay, we'll see what Theseus wants to do. But a lot of what Rufus is going to want to do is probably going to be based off of what he sees with this observer. If he wants to, if he sees a bunch of factories, then he's going to add additional gates and try to defend. Or if he wants to go take a third immediately.
So I'm watching this observer see exactly what it sees. It sees the 2 factories with 2 machine shops on it.
Mm-hmm.
So looks like we have a probe running over, about to take a 3rd base. And Terran looks very fortified on these 2 bases.
Yes. Yes, this is a fortified Terran.
So
What do you think of going for this heavy a tank count immediately? Because we're going to be up to 7 tanks here in a second,
It's
with 2 more queued up.
super safe. I'm always a big fan of more tanks rather than less tanks. With this many tanks, you can be safe against Reavers as well. You just keep 4 tanks in each expansion, and it's difficult for the Reaver to really do any damage. Additionally, if you're going for a 5-factory play, you can just throw down extra factories, pump out vultures, and you already have a good tank count. It looks like we're starting to add on those factories now.
And we do get the Observer seeing him.
Yeah, so the Observer sees it. The third base for Rufus is coming down. Decent number of Dragoons, but not a lot of... They're not out on the map yet. Just have 3 kind of hanging out there. But yeah, Observer sees everything that's going on. 5 factories. Love it. Absolutely.
And then immediately, I saw the first thing Rufus did was actually throw down Forge, Templar Archives, Stargate. So, going right up to trying to get his Arbiters.
Now, do you think this is in response to seeing the 5-factory play? Or
No. I think this was going to be his path. He already had the Citadel in the top left.
Okay.
But we could see something like, going versus the 5-fact, we could see something like him researching Psystorm, maybe? I always think that's a strong move, if you know that a push is going to come. Psystorm can be very strong.
Yeah, I just don't know if he'll have time to get all that. The 5-fact is on its way. Vultures are out on the map. Tanks will be following quickly behind. Dragoons are going to see
we've got
that
our first little clash here in the middle.
Yep.
This is good for Rufus getting here before the tanks are reinforcing it.
Yep, tanks starting to come up now. Running around. Should be able to force these Dragoons back at least a little bit. So, thinning out that vulture count is a big deal when you're so low on gateways. And still picking off more and more free vultures. So
yeah, but I think this is going to be, in the longer term, it's going to be harder to hold off 5-fact with equal gate count. I think upon seeing the 5-fact from the Terran, probably... Ooh, we have a factory floating. I think that's accident.
Seems like it. And more vultures just kind of running across the map. Free vultures. Protoss player will be very happy for that. So just
still, this is a very scary tank count. Versus this Protoss army that mostly consists of Dragoons. But we do have Zealot speed, so that's a big
this
factor.
third base is up and mining, so should be able to get a healthy gate count here shortly. Still
economically he's in good position. Ooh, takes a little mine hit. But overall, just some skirmishes so far in the middle of the map. There hasn't been, that one massive engagement.
Nope. And the tanks still aren't rotating out. So, do you think the Terran's planning on taking a third base behind this?
Yeah, there's a third base. Yeah, there's a third base in the bottom right that is about 80 or 90% done. So maybe he just wanted to build more units, get the factories up. Maybe upon losing those vultures, he realized that he shouldn't push. Something like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just recognizing, hey, I'm not going to have enough to break the position. Ooh, donating a couple more units here.
Yeah, it might have had like a bad rally or something. I'm not sure.
It's kind of what it looks like. The Protoss army is suddenly looking quite strong enough, and the first Arbiter is out.
Yes.
Arbiter's already hitting the field. Grabbing
And we've got
expansion
recall
in the main.
we have recall about 70% done. So that's something we can keep in mind that very soon the ability to recall is a major factor.
Yeah, recall, man. What an ability.
Third CC floating over, we have one Dragoon sitting there. I'm sure Theseus is aware of it. Probably going to send down a couple units. And in the upper right, we have Rufus looking like he's going to try to take his fourth, and I bet you he's going to try to throw down some gates.
Yeah, very standard. Still, with the bad rally there, it kills me every time with those tanks.
Yeah,
Especially
that
with
hurts.
only two machine shops.
Mm-hmm.
That's so painful. So, going to clean up this goon. Get the third base down.
Yeah, the goon that somehow had taken half the health of the CC. Okay, so looking at this, we've got... Yeah. Looks like we have 11 gates in the main. That's pretty good when you compare it to factory count. And we have the fourth Nexus just finished. So I think if Rufus is able to, you know, continue, if he doesn't take any bad engages, and he's able to continue to take bases, I think he'll get a lot of gates up in that main, and then it will become a, you know, it's pretty hard when there's multiple mains of gateway units.
It is, but it's also difficult fighting a 2-1 army. And both those upgrades are on the way. So, and his supply, despite donating all these tanks, is still very high. So doing a great job macroing out of his factories, getting everything that he needs, just a little bit lighter on tanks than ideal. So.
Ooh, we've got our Arbiter coming into the natural of Theseus. Flying right in, and he recalls right in the natural.
Right in the natural.
Interesting.
So, and that will do it.
Okay.
So, fast recall in the natural, just too much of a pain to get back. And you know when that first recall hits and it takes a while to clean up, that it's going to be a difficult one. So, that is a win for Rufus.
Okay. And so really that was a very passive game from both parties. There wasn't really a battle.
Yes, indeed.
There was just like a couple skirmishes, and then
couple skirmishes ended by a recall. Seems like that's most Terran vs Protoss matchups, at least from my view. Like, okay, I got my third base up, I'm feeling good, and then a recall hits, and you're like, well, time to leave.
It can occur. So that means we're going to head into game 2.
Game number 2.
And that should be on Sylphid.
That is indeed on Neo Sylphid. I believe we're ready to get right back into it. Here we
Yes. So, Clayfields, obviously being a relatively new map for a lot of people, I think there's a lot more that we're still learning about it in most matchups. Neo Sylphid has been around a while and is being played a lot. What are your thoughts? I think this map at super high levels gives like the best PvTs.
I think this map's fantastic. I think it should be one of the gold standards of map making.
Yeah, I'm glad that this is like the new standard.
Yeah. I feel like it provides good opportunities in every matchup. So, and we're going to get to see every matchup today. So.
Well, not ZVZ or PvP, but every non-mirror matchup and TVT.
Every non-mirror matchup. All the important matchups, all right? We get to see all the good, wholesome Brood War matchups today.
No Mutalisk knife fights.
Exactly.
Or DT. Well, actually, there still might be some DTs, but no DT versus DT shenanigans. Only one side gets to use DTs today.
So no proxies, always a good sign. So we might have another standard game coming up. And Tobias, once again, with a zealot-type wall, should just be able to put a supply depot right over that barracks. I believe that that is zealot-type as well. So very diligent. Shows good preparation that he knows all of the walls for the different positions on each map.
Yes, absolutely. And so it looks like the exact same stuff as last game. To me, it looks like we've got Gate Gas, Cyber Core about to come down. Yep. And then we'll probably have 3 on gas from Terran until he gets 100 gas, or 88 or something, and then pull off.
Yep.
Unless he decides to 2-fac, which, you know, even, what do we call this? Even ground? No high ground?
Yeah.
So, could be a little stronger than on, say, like the clay fields.
Absolutely. And I feel like there's not very many opportunities for the Protoss in transit to get onto high ground, because even this, like, middle...
Yeah, the fake...
Yeah, the fake high ground third is still the same height, so not a lot of opportunity to slow down fast pushes like a 5-fact or a 2-fact.
And so we do have 3 still on gas from our Terran player.
We do. So SCV coming out. Looks like it might be the 2 factory. Oh my gosh, you're so smart.
Well, I think this build is a nice one to mix in, and then on this map, a little stronger than it is on the most standard maps. It's not like it's gonna win the game guaranteed or something, but it's definitely strong.
So now, from the Protoss side, let's say that you're a psychic or have an invisible unit that gives you vision, and you just happen to know that there's a 2 factory coming. What's the best response right now?
Throw down 2 gates and a robo.
Throw down 2 gates.
We need to get our observers out versus spider mines. Obviously, there's different 2-facts. Based on the, I think he might go for one of those like 2-tank. I mean, not 2-tank, like 5-tank 2-facts, like a. Just based on it seems like he likes tanks. So one of those ones where they come out with as many tanks as you have dragoons.
Yes. It looks like Protoss player is expanding off 1 gateway.
So I think this is like the worst case scenario for Rufus. Because if you like...
He did poke in with the Dragoon and saw the 2nd factory finishing, but he didn't see the factory up above. So
yes.
If he was very diligent...
I like this factory. I like the factory positioning here. Because you can see that first one and you might think that's the first factory.
Yeah. So still pumping out Marines, pumping out the tanks, getting Vulture
Also,
speed.
I think one thing that we have to keep in mind is in the first game there was not a 2-fact, but Theseus still built his CC on the high ground, so he could, that puts it in the mind of the Protoss, like he likes to build his CC and float it.
Very true. So series gameplay coming in potentially.
Mm-hmm.
These 3 Dragoons are about to see the reality of what's coming as 3 tanks are on their way. Only the 4th Dragoon coming out.
Mm-hmm.
So once all these tanks come out, and here comes the 2-fact.
And see, immediately we have 2 gates thrown down by Rufus, because he's been duped a little bit.
Now let's see the control from both players, very important.
Yes. And we should have more and more vultures coming as reinforcements.
Mines and speed are done. Starting to soften up the SCVs and the Dragoons.
And as you said before, this is not, it looks like a high ground, but it is not.
It is not, so... Oh, loses one tank. That's a big deal when you only have 3.
Yes.
And no Dragoons dead yet.
Huge deal.
It's
We
going
have
to
a
be
heavily
close.
damaged Dragoon in the back.
The mines aren't going down yet, but the tanks and Marines still pumping out a ton of damage on these Dragoons. Mines being laid in the natural. Probes getting pulled. And it's a slaughter.
And we're gonna have
of probes.
3. Yes, we're gonna have 3 Dragoons coming out at a time.
Oh
man,
huge mine hits too. So
Massive
vultures are going to
mine
be
hit.
able to get in, mine up, and this should be able to take out the Nexus.
Oh, we got a Dragoon taking another mine hit. Observer just coming out.
Wow, that's a
We have
really
one-
fast observer.
Yes, well, that was what he was going for, was 1 gate robo. So he threw down the 2 additional gates when he saw the push coming.
Nexus, half HP, shields are gone. Looks like it is going to go down.
Yeah, no way to save this here. I think we'll have a CC go down.
Yep, looks like the CC is coming back, so expanding behind this. More tanks actually rolling across the battlefield right now. Siege mode on the way as well, so...
And it looks like in this situation, pushed back, Rufus has decided to throw down the support bay.
Oh.
Which, it definitely gives you opportunity to, you know, if you're behind, it does give you some of that comeback ability.
So siege mode now done. I'm going to be able to set up pretty hard contain on our Protoss player here.
Yes.
Some more tanks and vultures come across the map.
Yeah, and so we have, obviously we have a nice Dragoon count here off 4 gates, but through this choke versus siege tanks, you're gonna have a hard time here.
Now, right now, there is no defense against a shuttle in the main.
Yes.
Now, all the units are just getting rallied across. More tanks, so... This Reaver has a good chance of just killing every single SCV.
Yes, and that's gonna be the opportunity that he has. Because we're getting turrets to reinforce this.
Ooh, maybe Zealot Bombs instead.
Ooh.
But I think there's enough turrets here.
Yeah, there's enough turrets here that... And we've got 2 additional tanks in the back. Okay, we do have 1 Zealot getting dropped down. Okay.
Ooh, Mine Drag. Very,
Yeah, nice drag there.
very nice. And now the tanks aren't sieged yet. Maybe
Nice drag.
and
from the
another
Dragoon.
Mine Drag. Takes out all the
Takes out
tanks in
all
this
the tanks.
position. Doesn't even need the Reaver, and now it's just Dragoons versus Vultures.
And we do have actually a Reaver out. Shuttle being built.
So the contain being broken,
Yes.
and now it's going to be on our Protoss player to essentially kill the expansion of our Terran player.
Yeah, that was a really nice break there from Rufus. That was very impressive.
Yeah. Now the shuttle did end up going down, so you just have the slow little Reaver sitting here waiting for the shuttle to pick him up.
Yeah, it was key that he hit it from that right angle, and he was able to get on top of the first siege tank and then the second one, even though he lost the shuttle. And then the other 2 tanks weren't sieged at the time.
Yep. And missile turrets now going up, so now
Yes.
Theseus knows, hey, there's a good chance that something is going to get dropped on my base.
We do have no turrets being built in the main.
Nothing in the main yet. So, opportunities still there for that. But
We have 1 Goliath that's queued. It's not being built at the moment. It's queued behind a tank. Now it's being built. So that will help with the defense.
Reaver coming in. Let's see how much damage he gets done. Oh, 2 shots and goes down. Only kills 1 or 2 SCVs, so not a lot of Reaver damage.
Yeah, that hurts. Because of where that, like, tried to drop, it ended up dropping the Reaver too far out.
Too far out. Tanks got easy shots off, and then maybe a little bit of an unlucky Scarab connection catches only like 1 or 2 that are delivering minerals at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But looks like the Protoss is taking this opportunity to double expand.
Yes.
They're taking 2 bases, going to be able to really power up his economy.
Mm-hmm. And our Terran player going up to 4 factories.
Yep. Already has +1 attack. Looks
But we
like
do have a
+1
healthy
on the way.
worker lead for our Terran.
I think that as soon as this third comes up, though, you're going to see the Protoss really catch up, though.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I definitely think that he's focusing right now on trying to catch up. But I think the money he's going to be spending on economy, on building probes and, the additional base, there will be an opportunity for the Terran to potentially punish, the economic greed kind of we're seeing from the Protoss.
Sure. Makes sense.
And so we have him destroy... Oh, he's destroying both of the deep thing purposes.
I wonder if he'll kill this egg as well. Yeah.
Probably.
Those supply depots, very good early for the wall, but then mid and late game when the tanks are bugging out trying to figure out where they're supposed to go. It's just such a pain. Just easier to rebuild them somewhere else. So, transfer coming up to the 3rd base. And yeah, so that worker count rapidly catching up. So, Protoss doing his due diligence.
So we have a shuttle with another Reaver coming into the main, but we actually have a Wraith that just popped. There's 1 turret that will kind of fend off this Reaver shuttle, but the Wraith should be able to chase it down.
Oh, let's see. Okay, only a single SCV killed in that shot, and then 3 more in that shot, so...
Ooh,
and yeah, shuttle does go down. So again, not that much damage done with these Reavers. Really struggling to find the big money connections. So... But with that, our Protoss player has now overtaken our Terran player in total workers.
Yes. But as we can see, his gate count is at 4, equal to the Terran factory count. So I think the Terran army is definitely one that you're more afraid of than what Protoss currently has on the map. That being said, the longer the game goes, the more economic benefit Rufus is getting out of his 3 bases. So I think if he can last, he's got a good chance. But this first push that will come out will be where it's decided, I think.
Yeah, and it looks like when this push comes, it's going to have 2-1 upgrades as well. So always that scary moment of well-upgraded mech pushing across the map. Difficult to stop that. And there's your gateway explosion.
Yeah, there we go. 5 more coming up.
Finally has the probe count that he's looking for, and now the unit swarm is coming. So when do you think the Protoss is going to take a 4th base?
I think you need to get some rounds of units. I don't think the Observer... Did he ever see the factory count?
I don't think so. I think he came in, got hit by a turret, and then, left afterwards. So, but it looks like our Terran player is pushing out just a little bit to take a 3rd base. So once again, looking to go for that big 3 base, 200, push across the map, kill him type of deal. And now 5 extra gateways from our Protoss player is pumping They are pumping out units. We should see an
Looks like for his fourth, he has a probe at the top.
Yeah, just looking to take another main. I think that's pretty typical on this map for the Protoss to take 2 of the mains and for the Terran to just sit on one of the pie slices, I guess is the best way to describe it. One of the thirds.
This probe is kind of running around, I guess scouting for bases.
Yeah, it could just be looking to make sure Terran doesn't have a secret 4th base before...
Yeah, tell him more about his game, about his position in the game.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that it's a really strong move. Just
manages to kill an SCV.
Yeah. Battle probes. Too strong, too strong. So, our Protoss player knows exactly what state the game is in. Knows exactly where the Terran is in terms of bases and economic supply. And now it looks like it's the Terran's turn to explode production as he adds 3 more factories onto the field.
Yeah, and it looks like we'll... Okay, so it's about to be 2-1. Okay, it's now 2-1. And 2-2 is about 80% done, I want to say. So, we're going to have a very strong Terran army very shortly. And while we still have a 3-base Protoss, like, obviously the Protoss has...
Ooh, Zealot's running in, and
he's
there's
going
no
to get right on
vultures
top
here,
of tanks.
so
yeah.
This is absolutely going to clean up these tanks, and then I think these will just keep running down. Okay, vultures come up, intercept. We'll definitely manage to clean these up now, but
Okay.
4
And he
tanks
doesn't-
for 8 Zealots, 8 or 10 Zealots. I think that that's a good trade. You can take that all day as the Protoss.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a nice chunk of his tanks.
Protoss
being
expanding up in the north.
Yes.
He's doing it.
That being said, at the moment, if the Terran pushes out and we get in a fight, and it goes well for the Terran, I don't think that Rufus would be able to produce an army that can win against what's left. That's why he needs to get the additional bases up. To have, like, that 4th and 5th allows you to keep producing. Because obviously you're probably not going to trade as efficiently as you'd want against 2-2 Terran mech.
On the other hand, Arbiter is on its way, and we could just see another recall into the main or the natural into instant GG.
We could technically see that, yes.
We could see this, but right now, equal supplies, 2-2 upgrades. I'm really strongly favoring the Terran right now. Going to be
I'm
pushing
thinking
across
as
the map.
I think the hardest part of this is how you engage, how you control the Terran army.
Oh,
You know,
don't
'cause-
want to lose any tanks here.
yeah, absolutely.
So both players pushing towards max.
I think Rufus is doing a pretty good job not engaging the tanks, and he's trying to like spread out to get different angles when the fight actually happens.
Yeah, I think
Like the
that-
way he has these little groups positioned. Now, I think this bottom army is going to be kind of out of position in a second, though. Because what are you going to do? Are you going to go like down and around
whole bunch
when
of
this
mines.
big army?
Arbiter's now on the field. Makes it so much more difficult for Terrans just to engage fights.
Okay, let's see
And
this.
loses a clump, but isn't attacking with his whole army, so just free units, and the Terran player will eat that up all day long.
Yes, and do you see what I mean about this bottom army for the Protoss?
Yeah,
like
just-
it's going to be very hard to engage at all.
Just a difficult engaging angle, but our Terran player is doing a great job of kind of positioning his tanks in a line and unsieging some of his tanks as units are coming in. Are there enough zealots here to get on top of all the tanks? Yeah, there are no siege tanks, and the Protoss army is just chewing up all of these free vultures. Oh,
yes,
man.
we've got a ton of tanks to the back.
It would be such a good engagement for Terran if all the tanks were able to fire from here. And he still might clean up this army. A good stasis catches 4 tanks,
stasis.
but there are no more zealots left. And just dragoons, and a huge rally of vultures means that I think that the tanks will be able to at least stabilize in this position.
Yes. I think the tank... Yeah, these goons should not be able to... Well, we'll see, actually. There's a lot of goons.
That is a lot of dragoons, and a fresh round of zealots able to take a surround on this position. Wow. Ooh, mines? Yes, mines.
Yeah, those are some big mine hits.
But...
Yeah, that engagement... That's what kind of I was worried about. It's all about the engagement when it comes to... Well, those are some pretty good siege tank shots from the stasis tanks. But, it's really hard to engage properly.
And tank count is currently 3. So, Terran looks like he's going to take a sneaky base. Maybe the probe needs to take another wander around. But that's only a mineral-only base, so... Isn't going to help restore that tank count very soon.
And we do have some scans going down.
And Terran now sees that there's a ton of gateways coming up in the other main. Whole other base. He knows he's in trouble. Meanwhile, the Protoss is just able to keep making arbiters, keep building units. And it's going to be tough.
And continue to expand, yeah.
Now, there are a good number of science vessels out. Maybe hit some good EMPs. Might be able to save
Yeah, I
some.
think one base that he can't... It would be a stretch at the moment with the current count. But if he builds up more units, I think he could take that high ground. He's floating this upper CC to top right. I don't know what's going on. But what I'm saying is this high ground at like the 3 o'clock. I think if he builds more units, he could still take that. But, you know, that's going to be stretching the game. And Protoss is going to have a lot of freedom now.
I think that's just what you have to do, though, is dig in for the long haul, prepare yourself for the recalls that are inevitably going to happen, and just hope that you can get that tank count back up.
And I think that is where those vessels come in handy, is like for sort of a defensive play here.
Yeah, Protoss looks like he's in a real good position. Has really navigated this game intelligently. Remember that this game started with a 2-fact that pushed in and killed the Protoss Nexus. And
almost all of his Dragoons as well.
And then the Reaver did no damage, but he still expanded well, and here comes a big recall from the Arbiter. Might go right on top of these mines, though. Ooh, big mines? Nope. Doesn't do anything.
Yes, we didn't get mine hits.
No mines. Tanks having to come back to clean this up. Should have plenty to deal with this.
Yeah, it looks like with... Well, okay. Oh, nice D-Matrix. But is Rufus going to take this opportunity to attack in maybe to the front? Look, he's
gathering his army, and here it comes. A big smash through the front, and there's no vultures. Mines on the Zealots, though, might be enough. Big stasis. Yep.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good stasis.
That's a good one. And the vultures come back to the front, though. But there's no tanks anymore.
So now the Dragoons are going to last
the Dragoons
about
are just
10 years.
Going to stay alive for forever. Tanks coming back from the main, dealing with the recall, and going to be able to siege up. but I just don't think there's enough. There's too many Dragoons in the natural, and that is GG. A 2-0
Absolutely.
smash from Rufus. Really well navigated as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the second game, he did a super good job from a bad position. I think it was all about the engagement in the 2-1. It didn't go Theseus's way, and then Rufus was able to snowball that as far as expanding, teching, and building more units.
Yeah, so that is...
I even thought that he defended that recall.
It's 2-0.
I even thought that he defended that recall relatively well, but it just gave that opportunity to push in the front. You know?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that he did a good job cleaning it up, but at that point, the Protoss is on 5 bases, has infinity gateways. It's really difficult to come back from that type of situation. So, our next series is going to be Protoss versus Zerg. Kamodaz versus Proxius R6.
Okay.
So I've got that replay pulled up.
Okay, and should be in a second. Okay. And so, as with the maps are going to be the same for each individual game. We're going to have, starting off Clayfields. We're going to see Clayfield Sylphid every series at least.
Yes.
And then potentially, New Bloody Ridge? If we go 3?
If we go to 3.
Okay.
So, Samyang Fire up 1-0 in the Tier 3 matchup. And now, I think we're ready to hop into our next series.
Yes.
So here we go.
Okay. And so we've got a PVZ here, and in the bottom left-hand corner we have our green Protoss, Proxius R6.
And in the bottom right, we have Kamodaz as a purple Zerg.
So, PVZ, I know this matchup pretty well.
I love this matchup. It's so engaging. Every time I watch it, it's just like, man, you've got like the tight air battles with a lot of microcontrol from the Scourge and the Corsairs, and then huge armies clashing in the mid-game that are just a great spectacle at the very least. Like, Hydras and Storms just look really cool.
Yeah. And so it's gonna all start off with whatever we're seeing from Proxius. Is what the Protoss does often steers the game early on, based on the. I saw the probe turn back for a second. I think we're gonna see Forge because he left his pylon. If you were gonna go gateway, you would stick around to build the gate.
Yeah, we just have a standard overpool from our Zerg, so. Seems pretty standard once again from both players to start out the series. Just want to make sure that.
Ooh, I actually think we're gonna see Nexus first from Proxius. Oh, we're probably gonna see. Ooh, wait, he's got 2 probes queued up. No, he came
got
back.
The Forge down. The Forge is down. So.
Okay, based on okay. I thought he was going for like 11 Nex.
It looked like it for a second. That he could have gotten it down, but
it looks like he will go for a Nexus before cannon, based on where his probe is.
Yeah, and he'll be able to get his probe inside the Zerg base here, Camo's base here, and
And it looks like we only have 2 Zerglings being built.
Yeah, he'll be just fine in this situation. So, no pressure from either player really coming out. Good old macro games. It's what I like to see, especially for newer players rather than just 2-gating every game. Just try your best for the macro player, right?
Okay, we had the probe actually go down.
And that was the second probe, too. The first probe got picked out immediately, and then the second probe as well.
Yeah.
Camo taking a nice, timely third base at the usual third location.
Yeah. So this map for PvZ ZVP, the usual third would be a little awkward for the Protoss to take here. Like, say the Zerg was in the top right or the top left, you would take this base that's kind of parallel to your main. But you're probably not going to want to take that versus Zerg because of how quick they would get there. He's probably going to take the 9 o'clock as a third, but that's a ways off.
And do you think the third from the Zerg is safe?
Oh, yeah.
It is pretty close. It is expanding kind of towards the Protoss more than, say, the 3 o'clock being further away.
Yeah, but I think that's fine for Zerg, because actually it would help for something, like, for example, if he built a Hydra Den, it would help with a rally.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And by the time, you'll have to defend against Zealots at a certain period in time anyway. You probably will have enough. But technically it is a little close. Like, if Zealots run up and, they'll get there a little quicker.
So, Lair coming down for Camo Daz. Should be seeing a Stargate soon. I'm assuming from...
Yeah, I noticed he had a little issue with the gas in his main, where oftentimes you'll click on it as it's morphing, and they won't mine. They'll stand next to it, which that happens to everyone.
Yep.
So it delayed the gas a little bit.
And so the Stargate's just now getting started. Looks like this probe might get another good scout. Ooh, nope, gets picked off. Diligent leans right in the natural.
And so are we gonna have another hatch? Okay, no. That drone was headed to the third.
So Spire
so
coming down for
we
Zerg.
had a Dragoon get a kill on the Overlord. So that's nice to deny a bit of scouting.
I guess a little bit. I mean, the Corsair would be out so quickly anyways.
So. No, it's not better than having the Corsair. But I'm saying that, it was going to be a while till the Corsair came out anyway.
Sure, and this allows the Corsair to go across the map. So, 5 hatches coming down from our Zerg player. So it looks like 3 hatch Spire into 5 hatch Hydra. Very standard play.
Ooh.
And now a gateway explosion from our Protoss player, adding down 3 gates and a robo behind these Corsairs.
Yes, this is a very fast robo.
And the Spire's not quite yet done, so these Overlords that are congregating around the third, free pickings. There's no anti-air yet.
Yeah, there aren't Scourge in production yet.
This drone count seems so high. Zerg has no fear.
Yeah, this is... He actually... Okay, interesting. Okay, we do have Scourge being built now.
Yeah, Scourge are being built. There's some at this third that should be up and able to chase around. And no Overlords have actually died yet. So here comes the Scourge, kills 1 Corsair. Corsair for an Overlord. We take those.
And we're about to
and
get...
These Scourge are about to connect again. So both Corsairs taken care of.
Okay.
So, as a Protoss player,
Yes.
you go up, you get your 2 Corsairs, you go out onto the map. You go to their third, and they're both killed off by Scourge. What do you do?
Okay, so most of the time, if that happens to me, I am gonna I'm gonna resume Corsair production, and then I'm gonna add a cannon and a couple of my mineral lines because I'm a little worried about Mutalisks. But
Okay.
it looks like he's gone into more Dragoons, so maybe that will be. You know, you usually go into Dragoons for like a push of some sort. Maybe he has ideas of getting his observers and then going straight to a. Okay, no, he's got Templar Archives coming up.
And sneaky base coming up near the top.
And a lot of times the Zerg pulls back when you've got the Corsairs, and they don't quite have a ton of scouting of the map. Because, you know, early game you can have your Overlords all over the map, you can have your Lings wherever, but then when you start getting worried about a Zealot push out, you start to pull your stuff back. You start to pull back Overlords. So, unless you're sending stuff, you're not going to exactly know what the Protoss is doing. That's why a lot of times you see Zerglings kind of like spread out on the map to scout stuff.
A good amount of Hydras now out for Camo Daz.
Yeah, that being said though, Camo Daz, we'll have to see the storms, but his army versus Dragoon heavy, Hydras eat Dragoons in high numbers. So
Yeah.
storms give you the ability to, you know, there's some play to it, and also we don't have Overlords here, there's a DT.
But if the rest of the army dies,
Yeah, it's still bad for the Protoss if they lose their army.
and it
It's
looks
gonna be
like
up
right
to
now there is storm
Storm.
energy on that Templar.
Storm.
I'm not sure if it's finished
Just
researching.
finished.
Okay,
Just finished.
so it looks like he will be able to repel this attack.
But you can even just tell from supply that this is a pretty scary amount of Zerg.
Absurd. Absolutely. And the Overlords are coming in. Speed Overlords. And the Storm, pretty good. It's a good clump of Hydras.
But we do have Overlords coming in.
Overlords are in.
DT is going to get picked off.
And there's
Yeah,
not
this
that
is
much left.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Hydra streaming across the map. This is
There's-
a pretty... Oh,
Spook.
actually, Overlords. Ton of
Yeah.
Overlords coming across
There,
the map.
it's a lot of Overlords. Maybe a little bit of an overreaction, but soaking up some Dragoon shots, and there's a lot more Hydras to one Dragoon, and there's only one cannon.
Yeah.
I think that this might be enough.
Yeah, and then also the reinforce that we're going to have is actually going to be Dragoons.
And yeah, just a huge rally off of 6 hatcheries. Hydras manages to take down that game.
Yeah, that was
Well
a nice
done.
job from Camo Daz of reinforcing, getting that Overlord speed, sending those across the map, and then ending the game, pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. And having that Overlord speed also a great boon.
Oh, absolutely. Because otherwise we'd get a couple more DTs being built, and then I don't think they would have stopped the game from, you know, it still would have been a bad position for the Protoss, but it might have allowed him to hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah. And maybe that sneaky third base would have had time to kick in, because we hadn't really seen...
Oh yeah, if that stays up, and we've got 3 base Zerg producing a ton of Hydras versus 3 base Protoss that's defending,
Yeah.
eventually the Protoss would probably be able to get up enough gates, enough of an army, storms, you know.
All right, so Neo Sylphid, ready for match 2?
Yes.
All right, let's get into it.
Okay. And so we've got Neo Sylphid and our Protoss player spawning in the bottom right. Proxies R6.
And on Team Socialized Healthcare is the Purple Zerg. Up at the top of the map, we have Camodaz, who is currently up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yes. And so, as I was saying before, Sylphid, pretty good for PvZ, CVP. Relatively standard. There's a good amount of high ground bases that I feel like are good for defense for both Protoss, whether it's with cannons and Storm Reavers eventually, and then Zerg can defend really well on those high ground bases with Lurker, Sunken Spore, you know.
Yeah. When Zerg gets to turtle up like that, it can be pretty terrifying, I feel like.
Oh yeah, it can be a real pain.
No way to break in. So Pylon in the natural again, and it looks like it's another overpool from our Zerg. So both players maybe just running it back, playing another standard game on game 2 here. Interested to see, is it a Forge or is it a Gateway? Or is it a Nexus?
I think Forge.
Huh?
Gate?
And it is a Forge.
Okay.
So another Forge expand against Overpool.
Yeah, this is pretty much as standard as it gets. Forge versus Overpool. It wasn't quite like 10 Forge or 11 Forge or whatever. I think it was like 11 Forge. So, yeah.
It might have been at 12, but either way, going to be able to get that Forge up. Should just have the Nexus behind it. Probe comes in, sees the expansion, should know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh! Probe at the natural, though. Looks like he's going for the cannon before the Nexus.
Okay.
So maybe saw that the hatchery was at low health and didn't know exactly how early the pool was just yet. So, but only 2 lings on the map, so
yeah, and it looks like the drone is going to build a third right at this fake high ground kind of base.
Yep, that's right where the third is. Now, is that a normal third to take in PvZ or ZVP?
I think it can get a little, without Lurker, I think it can get a little hard to defend sometimes. But obviously I'm not a Zerg player. I just think
feels so
that,
exposed to me. It's just like, ooh, it's spooky.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times I would see that mineral just because, I don't know, like it seems to flow better down.
Sure.
But obviously everyone has their preferences.
Yeah, and if he can defend that base, it's obviously going to be excellent. And the army distance between the 2 bases is very small, so should be able to move a clump of Hydras. It's just, I don't think that you can turtle up and Sim City in with a whole bunch of sunks and hatches in that location as well as you could on like one of the high ground expansions.
Or even when you get like the defense going on the I mean, it is nice though once you get lurkers and stuff up how choked up the ramps are, but the gas won't last very long.
And now Proxius did manage to get all of his probes in the gas immediately, crisp timing, right as it finished. So Stargate will probably be a little bit faster this game than it was last game.
Yeah, and that's happened to everyone, and then like the next game you're like watching the assimilator the whole time. So
but
makes sense.
There's a Hydra den and no lair.
Yep.
So we're gonna have a Hydra bust, and this wall looks a little flimsy right now. So
yeah, and there isn't the most room for cannons here.
not a lot of room for cannons. Stargate is going to be up, but I mean, might be time for Hydras only because drone count's very high, and yeah, Hydras are in the eggs, going to be flowing out soon.
And they're going to have speed right now.
So, yep, and range immediately queued up after that. So, Hydras are definitely going to be able to come across the map, and I think he's in a good position with the way that the wall is set up.
Absolutely. Yeah,
and it hasn't been scouted yet. Corsair's still not on its way.
Yeah, when you haven't scouted this and they're heading towards your base, you need to have the cannons going up. Not to mention that this base that we were talking about so much, it flows down pretty nicely as far as...
It flows down so nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's even closer.
It's so close. What a great expansion idea then. Yeah, really a fan of how Camo Daz has decided to play this game as well. So Army coming out, still a couple shots from that cannon, but now they're not fighting with the cannon and going to lose the 2 Zealots for free. Only a Hydra dead, and the Hydras are just going to kill this cannon. So now it's 5 Hydras plus more coming down.
Yeah.
1 Dragoon left. There's only 1 gateway.
And if you're not...
That's it. Wow. A quick...
Yeah, that was a quick one. That was a quick one,
Daz.
but that is every Protoss player knows the pain of a Hydra bust. So I feel for proxies here, but very good play from Camo Daz in both games.
Maybe I can do this correctly one of these times. Okay, there we go. Excellent. So, now we're tied up 1-1. 1 game for Samyang Fire, 1 game for Team Socialized Healthcare. Next up, we have Chess T versus Sir Gling. And I've been told that this matchup was a slugfest. That's what I've been told. Is that it's a long, drawn-out process. So we're going to see how true that is here in a second. What do you expect to see in this matchup, Avon?
Okay, so we're talking about... Wait, are we talking about another TVP?
Another TVP, Chess T versus Sir Gling.
Okay, yeah. So... I'm feeling like we're gonna get maybe some busted bunkers, maybe some
bunkers. Okay.
maybe some Reavers, some shuttle play versus 2 base Terrans. I don't know. That's just what I'm feeling based off what you've said, like some down and dirty kind of PVTs,
All right.
or maybe because I just think of that as like a slugfest when like you're just like scrapping to survive and. Yeah, he better not say what's going to occur in chat.
Absolutely. All right. So the replay's been hosted.
Now, obviously, there's a lot of things that could be a slugfest. That's just what I think of. Like a bulldog or something.
Maybe, I don't know. It'll be an adventure for sure. So... let's see. Well, the game's loaded up. Overlays should be good. So let's hop into it. First map, Clay Fields.
Okay. Alright, so Clay Fields, and in the upper right-hand corner, we've got our, what is this, magenta? Yeah, magenta Protoss circling.
I don't know, but it looks sweet. This color is so good for Protoss. It's so good. It looks so sweet. And the bottom right, looking Not nearly as cool, but more cool because he's playing the correct race. We have Chess T as our Terran player.
I think that's a pretty cool Terran color.
Really?
Yeah. It's kind of like a... I don't know, it's kind of like a steel.
Yeah.
It's like we need chrome, so we can get chrome Terran.
Do have to say that I love this pink magenta Protoss though. It's super good. So yeah, another
We have a pylon
TVP
scout.
on Clay Fields. Everything so far seems standard. No barracks or gateways in the middle of the map just yet. Gateway coming down. Should see a barracks to the left of the depot. Maybe. Uh-oh. Oh, to the left of the gas. Feeling adventurous.
So I think he sent the SCV to go to the middle of the map. To figure out maybe where the exit of his base was.
Ah.
Because I do that sometimes. Like if I'm not sure if it's circuit breakers or Escalade, I'll click a worker to the middle of the map and see which direction it goes in. Because then you know where your ramp is. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. So, looks like another factory expand from our Terran players. No surprise to me.
Early scout. Yeah, we had a very early scout from Circle. That was a pylon scout. So he really wants to... He really would have wanted to scout already.
Sometimes you scout last. It's just the way the game works. So
Because based off the current SCV scouting, looks like Chess may scout him last too.
yeah, you never know. He could just have the intuition of, okay, it's not this direction, so let's cross-map scout. Sometimes you just get that voice in your head, right? So, probe does get in here. One Marine will chase the probe for forever, but not ever be able to kill it because shields just regenerate infinite HP for it, and it's fine.
See,
But now that the second Marine's out, so now the probe's allowed to die.
Yeah, if I were circling here, I would have just sent the probe back, since you kind of saw what you were going to see. But we've got goon range, goon coming out. We have a second gate. That's not exactly standard. So maybe we've got a little bit of...
I mean, maybe we see that bunker bust that you were talking about, right?
Uh-huh.
Ooh, and a third gate, so definitely looking to end this early.
Okay, and let's see, based on this, I think this goon can deny the SCV getting up the ramp. That's what I'd be worried about if I were circling here.
Ooh, let's see. Oh, and it sneaks by. Does it get up the ramp? Does it get up the ramp?
No, it does.
Maybe?
Yes,
Oh, it does. And it sees all three gateways. So if Chess T's paying attention, he sees all three gateways.
And siege mode starts. That might have been his plan anyway, because he was building a tank. But that's definitely the right upgrade to start researching after you see that.
Yeah, we've seen siege expands from all of our Terrans so far, and I think that's just what we're going to continue to see. It's so safe. It's so good. Second factory coming down, just
and
super...
it puts you in a position where, versus things like this, you should be able to siege up your tanks a bit further back, and their goons are not going to have a good time.
Now, do you ever just like try to bust up the ramp here? I feel like that's too ambitious, but
it's ambitious, but based on the numbers,
three goons. Here it goes. No, sides now
yeah.
too.
I think it's worth it just to check, because if there's two Marines there and a tank, then you walk up.
And taking a Nexus behind this. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. His tech should be very late then. And then also, if he's not producing.
There are 2 tanks out. Does see the goons. Getting some free
Okay, and
damage
he pulls
in.
back with that losing one. Not the worst thing you can do there. Many of Protoss have lost goons. Just take double tank shots, and then all of a sudden you're like, wow.
A lot of Terrans have lost these 2 tanks, so both players really making sure that they're navigating this early game in a way to not set themselves behind. So, like, this command center should be floating over and getting set up, but I think with this many goons, it's the correct decision to just kind of play safe back with your tanks, make sure that you get, tank 3 and 4 out, so that you don't just get dove on by all of these dragoons.
Yeah, because if you have the tanks in anything that could be considered like a vulnerable position, then you still have to keep in mind this guy could have just been producing dragoons. Maybe he didn't expand.
So it is going to be a robo follow-up, probably just grabbing the observers, getting the 4th gateway ready to go. Uh-oh, these tanks are looking awfully exposed right now. Not sieged up.
Yeah, I would think that you might make use of like this high ground. Seems like a strong.
Ooh, spooky. And finally, we get first blood of real units.
Our first blue goo, our first ice cream.
Yep.
Slating.
So, at this point, with the zealots coming down, maybe he does try to bust this. These are kind of out in the open.
I just think that they're going to take too many shots. Yeah.
So does choose to back up. Mine's out as well. I don't think you're breaking that without the observer. So, Terrence.
Yeah, interesting building the zealots that early.
I mean, maybe he just saw, hey, there's only 2 tanks. Let's push in, get tanks on or zealots on the tanks. Right now.
And so right now, really economically, we've got 2 guys on 2 base. Pretty equal worker counts. Chess is slightly up. And I'd say this is kind of stabilized. It will... Sterling's producing a lot of zealots right now. First observer coming down. We'll see if he decides to try to do something here.
And the tanks are unsieged. He could go right now. Woo, it's so scary. Oh man, it makes my skin crawl. It's just like, oh no.
We do have slow zealots though.
But
I think
against unsieged tanks, they can still just run in, right? And just...
Yeah.
Oh, moving forward. Okay, does resiege. Whew. Vulture's gonna come up. Vulture and barracks let Chess know exactly where the army is and the size. Going to come up, chase these goons away, but stops on the high ground. Should be able to pick off a tank, maybe 2, and the zealots are going to run in from the top, but chased away too many miles.
Yeah, I think he wants to get this high ground position. And
securing
I think
that high
smart.
ground means that further efforts from the Protoss, assuming that there's more vultures and tanks coming down, will stabilize. He'll be able to stabilize on 2. Should be able to pick up a 3rd base fairly quickly if that's what he's looking to go for. So 5th factory though coming down, so looks like another 5 factory play. Might be looking to push across the map early. And again,
and we have 3rd base going down for
I'm a
Zergling.
huge fan of 5 factory TVP on this map. I just think it's so strong, but I think the Protoss army is just too big.
Yeah, this is a big army with zealot speed now.
And there aren't enough vultures to deal with that. Like, the tank count can definitely deal with the number of dragoons, but with these zealots, you definitely need.
Ooh. Also, these tanks are moving. These are some brave tanks.
These are so brave. Oh, and here it comes. Zealots running in. Tanks unsiege and are going to run away back to the safety of the base. Oh, big mine hit. No. Oh, man.
Oh.
big mine drags, and now the Zealots are going to be able to run in, and there's plenty of Zealots and Dragoons here. I don't know what our Terran player can do here. Oh,
okay, we are going to have a tank siege up on the high ground.
And now it's just Dragoons, and now I think that he does have to back up, so barely manages to live.
Okay, I'm beginning to see what was being referred to as being referred to earlier. It's getting a little scrappy here.
Absolutely. So yeah, third base operational for Surgling. Not many probes on it. Still no third from Chesty. We'll see.
It started in the main.
So just starting up now.
Mm-hmm.
Upgrades on their way. Healthy factory count. So should be able to keep moving along in this game. Fairly
Yeah, I guess
well.
he actually went up to 7 factory off 2 base.
And you know, I don't hate it, especially after you saw so much army so early on from the Protoss.
Oh yeah,
Right?
because if you're building that much army at that point in the game, you were building units a little before you were expanding, probably. And that's why we actually have Surgling for the first time, I think, past chess and workers for a while. So it is 2 base right now, but 55 SCVs seems like a pretty good number.
Yeah, definitely has done a good job of making sure that he has plenty of SCVs mining. Now, if he had transferred some of those to a third base,
Well, I think he needs to. Okay, there.
no, I think
Nice,
I think
nice
he's
couple
fine.
drags.
There's not enough zealots here, really. Like, as long as he has a couple mines and a couple tanks and like 2 vultures, this army can't really contest, especially on the high ground.
I
So
think Arbiter Tech may be about to start.
Stargate's up, but Tech
Yeah, I
hasn't
see.
started.
I see the probe in the top
It's-
right. That's like
it's
a
hanging there.
space.
Yeah,
That's a lot of times like where I build my tribunal.
looks like 4th base is going to be the move first, though. Getting another main far away.
Observer goes down in the natural, so we don't see the observer over the factories now. Yeah, we've got a pretty nice little Terran army right now.
Yeah, the army's looking pretty strong, looking good. Would look a lot better sieged up on this high ground.
Yes.
But, I mean, healthy tank count, enough vultures, especially for the number of zealots that are in the Protoss army, and the 3rd base coming down. So, really liking the Terran's position. However,
Oh, is Surgling going down and dirty here? Is he going to try to expand to both corners?
I mean, it's really tough to deal with this from the Terran, especially the top left base, because it's
that's
so
forever.
far away.
That's forever
It's-
to push. Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm going to push the main, I'm going to kill everything in the main, and you're going to just have the corner expansion. So, just he finally coming up, taking this base, getting a couple free kills, and just
Okay,
a really
right-
healthy army.
Yeah, right as this fight occurred, 1-1 finished. So that army went from 0-0 to 1-1 in the middle of that fight.
And
So that's a big difference, obviously.
Arbiter Tribunal is finished as well. So,
Okay, there we go.
Surgling going to be able to get Arbiters out. No Vessel Tech yet for our Terran player. And there's not... There's some turrets around, but there's no, like, mines in the... Oh, there are mines in the main. Never mind. I'm blind.
Mm-hmm.
A traitorous Goliath apparently had enough.
Attacking. He had enough
Enough
of the
of the
gas
gas.
mining SCVs.
Would love to see SCVs mining on this 3rd base faster. Because right now, his army is looking great. Like, I like the position he's taken on the map. But... it's going to be...
What do you think of it? What do you think of the center in this map?
What do you mean? Like, dealing with
like
the...
I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that someone would take it, but I'm saying positionally. Like, how important do you think it would be?
So I generally just mine up all the ramps. I never really
Okay.
position tanks up there in TVP, unless I'm doing like a 5-fact cross map.
Okay.
But in vertical or horizontal spawns, I just ignore it completely. I'll mine it up, make sure that there's no flanks, and ignore it completely. So
yeah,
I
in
don't.
These positions,
In these positions, it is not a factor for the Terran. The Protoss can use it to kind of scuttle around and set up for flanks and abuse it. But from the Terran point of view, it's setting yourself up to get backstabbed or not be able to do anything else. So. I know tanks are strong, but right now, starting to fall a bit behind in supply. There's a Terran player. So, but vessels are coming out in response to the 2 Stargates worth of Arbiters coming out. And this is just such a pain to deal with.
Yeah, that's one way to catch up on your Arbiter count.
So they're going to have infinite stasis and infinite recalls, and you're going to have to scan all the time, make sure all your tanks are sieged, and looks like he's going to catch a couple unsieged tanks out here.
Oh
my
god, those storms on the Zealots.
Yeah. And now
that being
Zealots
said,
are probably
we've got
too bruised.
Yeah, we've got such a large supply for Survling.
Yeah, his supply is
That
huge.
being said, these tanks are, as long as they're alive and they're here, they're going to be dealing a lot of damage to the Protoss army.
As long as they're alive and not encased in a solid block of ice.
Yes, as long as they're not in the middle of the Ice Age.
Yeah. Then they'll be doing a lot of damage.
And so we do have the bottom left Nexus being built.
And the top left has gateways, so Surgling definitely carrying on forwards with the game plan of take all the bases on the map and flood with gateway units with Arbiter support. I mean,
are we going to attack here? Oh, he's actually going for the vessel. I mean, yeah, vessel.
Yeah, got to go for the vessel there. And now we'll
have 2-2 relatively soon. About 80% of the way done.
And factory's pumping out units right now. And that's just what they need to be doing. Approaching that 200 mark, and the Vultures are going to scout the bottom left. So huge.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, huge deal right now. We'll be able to mine up for the retaliation. Should be able to force a cancel on this Nexus as the armies.
Ooh, Surgling looks like he's going to come to defend this, which is interesting.
Oh, tanks and siege. Looks like they're going to move up a little bit. Needs to siege back up for a big engagement. Units on the left getting caught up by a couple Vultures, and now the tanks are sieged up. Nice
I think
and spread out.
He managed to take out a couple High Templar with that left group of Vultures, actually.
Yeah, those Vultures did so much work. And now these Vultures are going to clean up a lot of these Zealots as well, so it's only the left flank remaining for Surgling. That being said, Arbiters, always spooky.
A recall? Based on the way this Arbiter's moving?
Oh, nope.
Maybe it's stasis.
Flanking around for a big stasis?
Yes.
Gets 3 tanks, and then immediately gets EMP'd. But there's too many tanks. Too many tanks. It's going to go in anyway.
Yeah.
There's so many Zealots, though. Oh, man. Needs a big reinforce from these Vultures to come in. And it looks like
ooh, nice
it might just be enough. Oh, these storms are so big. Holy moly. Going to clean up a lot of these tanks.
The supply went down to a similar looking level, but Surgling's able to produce out of, what has he got? So many gateways that his supply is obviously
effectively infinite gateways, and he has so much money too. Like, he just has tons of money. Meanwhile, Chess T needs to find another base, main and natural mined out, effectively mining off of 1 base.
Yes.
Versus
he's building a couple additional factories, going up to what, 8, 9. So that's going to be a good factory count, but he's going to need more economy.
Our Protoss player only currently mining off of 2 bases, so it's actually a surprisingly low economy game for how late we are.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because if you look at the natural and main of the Protoss, a ton of probes. Same thing with the nat of chess.
Yeah, just completely mined out.
We've got workers on strike in this game. They've mined enough.
And it
looks like a arbiter positioning for a recall at the bottom.
It looks like it. And there's only a couple turrets, and 4 missile turrets is not enough to stop a recall. Unfortunately. Because arbiters have infinite health. That's not a huge number of units, though. Only brings about 8 units.
And it is zealot heavy.
It's zealot heavy, which means the vultures are going to be able to come in here and probably clean this up entirely. A good response from Chess T. Just the 1 tank should be able to finish up the Goliaths.
Mm-hmm.
So, recall not that effective for the first one. Now, the second recall that's coming in here, it's coming right on top of the production. Oh no! Oh, you gotta go! No, not that way! Not that way! Oh my!
Well,
second recall somehow less effective than the first one. Does give our Terran a chance.
Our second recall hasn't occurred yet, so we'll wait for the second recall.
I guess
the second arbiter was less effective than the first.
Okay.
But we've got a ton of arbiters though.
There are a lot of arbiters still, and the 5th Nexus has finished for the Protoss player, so should be able to get those probes back over to work, moving across the map. And it looks like Chess T is starting to mine up and get ready to start taking the bottom left-hand base. So maybe instead of pushing across the map like you normally see most Terran vs Protoss matchups ending, maybe he just splits the map and defends all the recalls and armies.
Well, I think when the Protoss hasn't taken as many bases, this will be stronger. Ooh, we had a stasis, but it was EMP'd, and we'll lose the arbiter.
I mean, he was EMP'd, but the stasis still went off.
Yeah.
Only 1 vessel, though, so not the end of the world. You'd rather it go on the vessel than 6.
Well, also, it's not going to be of any consequence, since there isn't a fight that's going to go on, probably. During the period that it's stasis, I mean. Like, it's not like the vessel's frozen for the fight.
And both
But
players
we have the 4th base.
maxed out. 4th base for Chess T. And looks like we're settling in for a big ol' slugfest. This is great. This is fantastic. So what are our upgrades looking like? 3-3 for our mech. And 3-2 for our Protoss. So huge upgrades. Huge banks. Huge number of gateways. Would love to see more factories being thrown down to help
Pretty
support.
huge number of arbiters.
And they're all stacked up. An EMP would be so money.
Well, no, they've been spread now.
They've been spread now. EMP does manage to hit the EMP. Great play. Hits the EMP
on the
misses the High Templar though. So Storm is an option, but Templar's getting picked off by tanks. And
massive stasis. But this is just a really well spread.
And a stasis on the ramp is going to prevent the Zealots from getting down. They have to go single file.
Yeah, if he wants to attack, that stasis actually hurts. If he was trying to retreat, that would have been a good stasis.
Yeah, and loses a lot of the Zealots in his army. And another EMP doesn't hit the Arbiters, does hit a lot of the army. So that's going to be a good cue for Circling to back up and maybe put another macro round or 2 into the gateways and see how it goes. So we're taking the 6th base for our Protoss player, and our Terran player has the other main.
Yes, he's got a 5th, but we have a arbiter coming down here.
Big recall potential. Which way is he going to go? To the left or the right? To the left or the right? Seems like
I don't.
he doesn't
I
know.
bet he doesn't think there's. We have army coming to the left. Let's see.
This isn't
think he'll
enough army.
Let's see. He's going to recall on the 4th base. The Arbiter will go down, obviously, but it's completely Zealots. Only Zealots.
Another
So I
big
think
zealot
Vultures.
recall. Yeah.
Yeah, I always like Dragoon recalls because they give you a chance to kill the CC. Or at least like a chunk of Dragoons.
Does manage to pick off a good number of SCVs, but right now, I don't think he really needs that many SCVs. I mean, both players have absolutely ginormous banks. And so, losing a couple of SCVs, that's just more siege tanks.
Yeah. And we had, you know, SCVs and turrets go down there.
So, but I mean, we
the
only
Terran will
lost
take
Zealots,
that.
right? We lost 8 Zealots and an Arbiter. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you have 8,000
Well, the
minerals.
Arbiter, yeah, the Arbiter is always, you know, you like to keep him alive. Obviously, he's got plenty of money to rebuild.
Yeah, and I mean, he has 3 or 4 Arbiters still on the map. Probes, mining.
Looks like
and
we
all
have
the
a
new bases.
small amount of army pushing it into taking this position on the top left ramp.
Yeah, that's such a strange number of units. Like, if it was just the Vultures, that would be fine. But the Goliath and Siege Tank just make it a little spicy. A little bit of a spicy.
Mm-hmm.
And Zealots, this is not Vulture type, so these Vultures are going to be able to get in here and can kill these cannons. Can absolutely just clean this up.
Okay, he's mining it
Get
up.
the ramp.
Okay, probe's going down here.
And now the reinforcements are coming over.
Okay, this is actually decent
Oh.
for fighting Zealots.
Mine does connect.
Ooh.
Yeah, and there's only 1 Dragoon, so I mean...
Okay, so he didn't lose a tank. Well, actually, the tank's still there.
The tank's
But-
still there. Might
Okay,
pick
he'll
off
lose the
some
tank
stuff.
now.
Maybe. They're on move command.
Okay, he traded for a Zealot and a Dragoon. But, it was relatively low, only mineral commitment other than the tank.
And here
single
come the
line.
Arbiters. EMP
Ooh,
lands,
I don't think...
but after
good
the
EMP.
1 stasis, yeah, huge EMP.
Yeah,
Back
I
up
think he
just
got
in
it turned
case.
around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was not going to be a good fight, even with that stasis.
I mean, you needed the extra 2 stasis, right? If you hit stasis on all of those tanks, then you can absolutely smash through there. But just
Yes.
the one before the EMP, so... Again, great vessel control from coming out from Chess T. And Serg Ling starting to kind of feel the squeeze. And now we're taking the middle of the map. That thing that I said that I never do, well, here we are.
Well,
I think
in
it's
this-
the right
this-
choice. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
100% the right choice. I just die by this point most of the time, so...
Yeah, the interesting thing here is Protoss needs to have more bases than the Terran, in the way that we understand it. But we also aren't usually playing, you know, games like this that go 30 minutes, PvT. We're gonna have to see the Protoss take one of these, either 3 or 9 o'clocks, but both of them...
How do you take those? I just don't
Yeah,
think you
both
can.
of them, they seem hard to take for anyone. They seem hard to take for Terran or for Protoss, but the Protoss is the one that needs them. The Terran with the bottom left 3 mining, like, I think they're pretty happy with that. Also,
So
if they
it's
take the
running
middle.
There's plenty here to dissuade that. Another EMP. So ambitious with these EMPs.
Yeah, like, how are you going to push up this versus siege tanks, unless you stasis everything?
You just don't. You recall into the main.
Mm-hmm.
There's an
Well, there's
Arbiter ready
still-
for it. I see him.
Mm-hmm.
He's hiding over there.
Yeah, it's a better idea than attacking into the middle. Definitely,
Yeah, this...
I think.
I don't know if you can ever break this. The vessels... Tons of EMPs. A backstab's not a bad idea either, but there's tanks ready for that as well. Vultures rallying up. I mean, it's... How do you break through this defensive line that we've got set up? And a huge number of tanks over on the left. Like, you just have to catch the Terran out of position somehow. I think you just do it with recalls.
Yeah, well, the other thing, the only opportunity you have at beating a siege Terran without catching them out of position is by getting really good stasis. But we haven't seen a bunch of stasis. We've always seen like one good stasis.
And the EMPs have just been super on point the entire game.
Yeah.
So, I'd love to see a recall right on the production. Like, there's like 6 mines there, but get a big recall, force the Terran to make some action, some movement out of this middle of the map position, because I just don't think you're ever breaking it. As you're slowly draining the map of all your other resources.
Okay, looks like Protoss is going to try to take 9. But look at the army Terran has already positioned right next to this.
Yeah, there's no way you ever take that. I'd like to see the tank spread a little bit more, just so that the Arbiters can't have a chance
Stasis,
of getting
yeah.
the stasis. But right now, I don't know how you break this. Oh, carriers! That's how you break it. Carriers on the field. So now our Terran player has to figure out, well, how many Goliaths can we build? And I mean, it seems like it's a pretty good carrier map. There's tons of these cliffed areas.
Ooh, EMP on the carriers. That's good if you're fighting them, but not
right now, I mean, Zergling's never running out of interceptor money.
Interceptors, yeah.
Like, these things are going to be just continuously building interceptors till the day they die. But there's not a huge... Oh, he's still got so much army, he can't actually build more carriers than this. So he's shown 5 carriers, but you can't get any other... Recall on the main. Recall on the main.
Okay, there we go.
So there's the recall on the main. He's moving up with the tanks. But I don't think there's enough Goliaths to kill all the interceptors from the carriers. So I think the carriers are going to be able to clean this up. And the rallies of Goliaths are currently in the main, getting torn up by the recall.
I think we're going to have a ton of factories go down in the bottom left main.
But I mean, Protoss can lose everything here.
Yeah,
right?
they even stasis Dragoon on the ramp. Their own.
Yeah, in the Terran main. And it looks like the recall actually going to get cleaned up. Maybe not as many units there as we would have thought, but...
Yeah, and actually Chess is starting to produce a bunch of factories in the bottom left. Like, we already have 3, and I assume we'll have more with all the money.
And it looks like Zergling's losing some of these carriers.
They are, yeah, a couple EMP'd. Actually, all EMP'd.
But now there's no more Goliaths.
Yeah, no Goliaths.
No Goliaths. There's some in the natural that are going to be heading up, but it's Tank City here. Gobble up as many tanks as you can. And
yeah,
I mean,
we
there's
have 3 more carriers gonna pop relatively soon.
And there's an army sitting on this high ground that could just go in right now.
Yeah, it's not a very scary army versus the ground, though. The stasises are what's scary, or the storms. But the amount of Zealots and Dragoons there is not scary to this Terran army.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so he's gonna. It looks like he's trying to send tanks to that 3rd, but that's already mined out. Yeah, see, this Grand Army should just get wiped.
But stasis is...
Nice stasis, yeah.
Yeah.
Another stasis.
And now we only have 3 active Goliaths again. And a big storm cleans up the rest of the Goliaths. So once again, only the reinforcement Goliath's going to be able to do anything here. and hopefully these carriers can rendezvous with the others that are in the main.
I do have to say, it still seems like we have way more units from chess here. And look at these Goliaths.
Yeah, the
Look at
Goliaths
these
are
Goliaths at
picking
the
off
3.
all of the interceptors and some of the carriers. So there's only 2 carriers left here. The rest of them are in the main. Need to rendezvous up.
This is a
But I mean,
serious amount of Goliaths.
yeah. So carriers are now in trouble. And supply-wise, our Terrans just staying maxed.
Yeah,
Circling's
no, Circling's got plenty of money.
struggling to find ways to spend all his money. As the factories continue to pump out what feels like infinite number of Goliaths. The siege tank super healthy count.
We've
Going
got
to be able to-
Goliaths killing a ton of probes at the 9 o'clock. That were long distance mining. We have an arbiter position for recall on the left side, but
Yes.
I don't even see.
It's
I
been
mean, he
there
can recall this army at the top left.
for a while. Looks like carriers are attacking the middle of the map now. Going to try to prevent the Terran from retaking the high ground location. EMP lands on the carriers. It looks like the Goliaths are a little slow to catch up, so free tanks once again. But Chess T is staying max this whole time. So strong.
Yeah, as soon as the Goliaths filter up, these carriers are in trouble.
And now these carriers have to run for their lives before we lose another one. Ugh, it goes down to 1 carrier again. A couple tanks getting picked off by the remaining army over here in the top left, but
Yeah,
top
actually,
left is mined
was
out.
rebuilt.
Second base is mined out. So income-wise, Circling is almost gone. However, doesn't need
Bank-wise, he's not.
tank-wise. He's fine. He's great. He's having a fantastic time. Man, imagine if interest was a thing in Brood War, right? Like, hey, I have 13,000 minerals, so I get like an extra 200 a second or something like that, just from all the extra money I have.
So the best strategy would not be to be spending the most at certain times. It would be to get
Yeah,
like a large stockpile
You just hoard all your
and
money.
then spend.
Exactly. So
Isn't it
single
kinda like
harassment carrier in the main, doing something with 7 interceptors. And now the army's down here, so you don't even have the chance for the recall.
One Goliath walked over, took a couple shots, and walked away.
Yeah.
Oh,
9 HP on it, and it should be
and
dead.
this is a resilient carrier.
This is such a resilient carrier.
Okay,
it
there we
does
go.
Down. Whew. Oh man, and it looks like a gateway going up at the 9 o'clock,
Interesting.
pretending to be a nexus. And we can see Circling's money is rapidly decreasing. He was at 13,000. Now he's at just under 7.
Yes.
So
The only
definitely
thing he's
doing a
mining
good job.
from is that third
maxing out
to
again.
the upper left. So it was like the 6th base he took. He just recalled the top left.
Yep. So you have a ton of zealots in the bottom left main of Chess T, doing a ton of damage.
We do still have a large army from Circling because he's gone back to max. That's standing at the top left. Yeah, this is definitely a slugfest.
And now that's going to give Circling the opportunity to push
He's
into
gonna
the
take
middle
the
of the
middle.
map. Yeah. Not that this base is really doing
Functional.
anything. Yeah.
It was more position.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even a defended position, but still, it was a thing to know that Protoss didn't have the middle.
So if you're Circling here, are you trying to attack the bottom left or the bottom right?
Bottom left. No
Bottom
contest
left. No
to me.
Okay.
It's already got some vulnerability from the recall that you just had in there, and it's a source of mining. Like that quarter of the map is a source of all of his mining at the moment. So that would definitely be
Right side tanks are going to get cleaned up. Almost. As Terran takes the 3 o'clock, Protoss is going to take the 9 o'clock. So it looks like we've decided how we're going to take the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock bases.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
And so actually
What
the
a
only
lot.
thing left in the main that's functional for circling is just 3 Stargates and 1 gateway.
But I feel like
and Robo.
there are enough Goliaths on the field right now that, and they're 3-3, right? The carriers aren't really going to do anything. Now this Zealot run in
Well, I
could
actually
definitely do
think
some damage.
the 3 o'clock base is so vulnerable to carriers.
It is, but I don't know.
I know
man.
you could just like you'd have to have a higher number. And
He's
they're
down to
super
5,000 minerals. Like now he can actually run out of interceptor money, and here we are. Here's the carrier. So carrier is going to start harassing. The single carrier is going to start harassing this 3 o'clock.
Yeah,
And his
essentially,
army.
I think this,
There's no
Yeah.
army in the bottom left. He can just march straight down.
oh yeah,
And that's what's
geez.
going on. The Protoss army is just going to run down the left side of the map. There's
Yeah,
still
with
a
this,
ton
there's a
of...
single carrier support.
and
Okay,
now
we
the-
have chess filtering to the left now.
Yeah, he's moving the entirety of the army, siege tanks and all. And it looks like the Protoss army still a little slow to move to capitalize
Okay,
on the
we're gonna have
position.
a massive
But can
engagement.
catch the tanks. The tanks are unsieged. Sieging up now. Should be in
See
time.
the
Storms?
swarms?
Storms? More storms? Oh, big storms. And the Zealots should be able to run in
Okay,
and get on these
got it.
tanks.
The zealots, I think they'll die. Yeah.
Yep. Just
But
not
if he
quite
can pull
enough.
back, if he can pull back most of those goons, almost all the goons survive.
But almost all the tanks survived too. It was just
Yeah.
Goliaths and Vultures. Which I guess reducing the Goliath count is huge when you're still building carriers? I don't know. Are you building carriers? Looks like the carrier in the top right went down. And this 9 o'clock looks like it's going to get sieged up. I think
It looks like
Protoss
he wants
has
to
enough.
recall the 3. But he needs to defend it. The 9.
The 9? Yeah.
Okay,
He
okay,
has
he
enough.
built
He has
Zealot.
enough. There's enough
Yeah, yeah.
Zealots here. The Zealots get on the tanks. The Vultures can
We're gonna lose
clean
a
this
lot
up.
of dragoons here.
Or the Dragoons can clean it up. There's only 2 siege tanks left.
Yeah. But you have to
God.
remember that.
3-3 mech is so good.
hmm
So cleans up all the army that was there. And now it's all about how fast can you reinforce. Chest T, no minerals. Circling still floating 5k, 10k. So Chest T needs to get this
Okay,
base mining.
circling has gone back into 4 Stargate carrier production.
That's such a good idea. There's no Goliaths left.
After that massive, the fighting. Ooh, tank goes down. Okay, we have this tank at the bottom left high ground that should be able to.
No, the Arbiter, not the Arbiter, the carrier is just running over missile turrets. Oh, it's so painful.
Oof. Yeah, and that especially hurts because you want to hit that critical mass. We do have a carrier at the bottom left, still. So we'll be at 5 soon.
But what's he doing with everything else? Like, there's a ton of High Templar coming out. Just because his minerals have dropped down to just above 1,000. And circling might fall back into triple-digit minerals, which is absolutely mind-blowing to me. He was up at 13,000.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow, Chess T just weathering the storm, but no Goliaths. And I think that's going to be the name of the game here, is there's no Goliaths. It's more and more.
Yeah, because he kind of figured, you switch to carriers once.
Oh man.
Okay, let's see. What did Chess just scan?
Middle of the base. Middle of the map.
Okay. If he got a scan on top right or top left, he could see. I mean, the top right is the telling one.
Yeah, but I don't know if he realizes that these are still
left it.
operational. Yeah.
Yeah.
That he left that alive. Looks like he's going to retake the center of the map again, which is good.
Well, yeah, ground army-wise, there's no contest.
Ground army-wise, there's no contest. Looks like this single left-hand harassment carrier is going to get some damage done again. There is a missile turret. So
This one carrier might actually get Chess to start building Goliaths.
yeah, I think this is actually a trap from this carrier. No Goliaths in production on the right side.
Well, he's pretty maxed.
Oh, he is pretty close to max, so.
Yeah, he's 190. He can't really. And probably the things that are building are probably queued. Okay, there's a lot of Goliaths queued at the left base.
Okay. So we should see more Goliaths out soon. Yeah, so Circling has done a lot of mining on this 9 o'clock. Looks like Chesty's done a good amount on this 3 o'clock as well, so we're closing in on the point where the center expansion is going to have all the minerals. And I wonder if they're going to divide that evenly too.
Chess still has a natural full of minerals and gas.
Oh my gosh, those have not been touched at all.
Yep. That's going to be
Most
big.
of them are still at 1500, so.
Yeah, so he doesn't even need the middle. The middle's just a position. And we have Archons getting absolutely
crushed. Yeah. I wonder if those would just be better as Templars. I don't know. Probably not.
They can take some, they can take hits and they don't get hit by spider mines. I mean, we're not really having spider mines laid at the moment, but
the 3 carriers in the top still just sitting there, and we're not building out of those gateways, stargates anymore.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on? I don't know. I don't understand.
Well, he's pretty close to max too. They're actually
big stasis.
What a stasis. They're actually both at 185 supply. Now
So-
Chess is a little lower.
We might be able to see the Protoss clean up a lot of these vultures.
Ooh.
So many
Arbiter goes
storms.
down.
So many storms available. He just has to be able to use them. Can he use all the storms?
Ooh, good
He's
storm.
trying. He's trying. He has a lot. It's just, can he click it fast enough?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're up to 2 harassment carriers on the left. Man, the 2 harassment carriers over here would be so much better if it.
Okay,
three
the
others
three
were here.
the 3 carriers are coming from the top right, and there's another
that's so
carrier
good.
being built in the top left.
Okay,
So that would put us at 6 carriers.
and that's enough to where sitting above this
Would kill it, yeah.
would kill it. Should kill it. There's
Okay, we have
2
the
Goliaths
vessel showing up. Yeah,
to land
this
an EMP,
position
but
is
these
actually-
shouldn't. Yeah,
Yeah.
the EMPs aren't going to do anything over here.
Yeah, this position is super strong over the natural.
This is such a good carrier, man.
Well, yeah, particularly these positions and the 9 and 3 o'clock. The naturals and the 9 and 3 o'clock carriers are super strong.
Are so strong.
But like if you were being forced into a central fight, you could use like the high ground, I guess. But
Oh, and the army getting caught moving
yeah, the
across
tanks.
the map. The tanks on the high ground. Some good storms, but EMP going to shut those down. Really clutch EMPs this whole time. Where are the other carriers? Where are they?
Let's see.
We've been too slow. The Goliath counts. Oh,
They're
they're
attacking
in the
the middle
middle.
now.
They're in the middle now.
Yeah, yeah.
That's dangerous. I'm spooked. But there's only 2 Goliaths here. Maybe it's
Now,
enough.
if they do try to chase you, Storm is so strong against Goliaths.
Absolutely.
EMP
Another EMP.
also
Makes
hits
the
Archon.
Archon completely useless. The 2 harassment carriers getting back to work. Right as the Goliaths are trying to leave. It's not going to be enough. Taking out some
He's
SCVs.
picking off SCVs when he's going in.
And Circling going down really low in minerals. Oh,
DTs.
DTs. We see a scan, but we're still losing a lot of Goliaths for free, and the carriers are rendezvousing with each other. There's not enough.
Okay, we have Vultures picking off Templar.
Okay, that's big. But there's no Goliaths. These carriers can just kill every single tank.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're the Goliaths. Okay. You have to retreat the ones from the 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we still don't really have mining coming from the center, but just the ability to hold it is giving Chess a lot of
And the
a lot
DTs
better time.
are doing a lot of damage against these Goliaths too. Like, no scan, worrying about too many other things as these carriers are running rampant. Just getting a lot of free damage on these DTs. Oh my gosh, loses a carrier to 3 Goliaths. Okay, okay. 3 o'clock still pretty healthy. Expansion in the bottom left. The bottom left natural still pretty healthy. 9 o'clock almost gone. Circling is running dangerously low on money.
Yeah, we've got a Terran mining 3 bases versus a Protoss mining 1. So,
And I feel like
that's
he's
never-
going to just persevere long enough, maybe? It's going to be close.
I feel like the Terran is going to persevere here. Like, he'll outlast the carriers, being able to do that much damage, especially if we keep getting, like, inefficient stuff in the middle, just because of the position that Chess has with the tanks. Like, all the engages are being super inefficient, since the tanks always get first hit.
Except against carriers. But that's a lot of
Yeah,
Goliaths.
yeah.
They're coming up. Focusing interceptors right now, but those carriers are exposed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
He's able to...
manages-
Good EMP. Yeah, the EMP is just the whole game. EMP, EMP.
EMP. Big storms on these Goliaths.
Oh, massive storm. Alright, so we're gonna get a siege up. Are we gonna
Siege
get a
up,
storm?
but storms? Storms? Need the storms. Good storm on that tank. More
Oh,
good
massive
storms.
storm.
So good. Going to clean up that entire tank group. And now...
But look how many
these-
tanks there are on the high
the-
ground.
But they're all clumped up. More storms.
Oh, he should actually attack the bottom left.
Yeah, and that's what he's
Force all
going
the
to
tanks
do.
follow him.
And there's only 3 Goliaths now. The storms broke through. Is this going to be enough? Reinforcement Goliaths. But look at the Archons. The Archons are getting to work on the Goliaths. More storms. More Archons.
Ooh, he should
All
attack
right.
down with the carriers now as the turrets go down. Okay, he is.
Vessel
Man,
gets picked
this
off.
is getting crazy.
The Archons, surprisingly good against massive Goliaths. But not so good against the massive number of tanks that are coming down.
Uh-huh. Well, there is good as about any one unit is that the Protoss has. Like, one Zealot wouldn't do any better versus that many tanks.
And now there's a large number of carriers. 5 carriers, but only 1 Goliath.
These tanks are gonna go down, man.
The tanks are going to go down. But Circling has like 1,000 extra minerals left. That's it.
We have DTs in the middle of the map. I actually think Circling should try to take the bottom left base. It will be easier to hold than trying to hold the center. Maybe?
Maybe? I don't know. Chess T dropping below 100 minerals again. 3 Goliaths coming up, doing a good amount of damage to one of these carriers, but carriers should be able to finish picking those guys off. Yep, going to take out
We
these.
have vultures taking out the pylon, building carriers in the top right.
That's huge. That's so big. Because you're never going to be able to get a probe up there. Wait, are these carriers going to get out first? Are the carriers going to get out first?
No.
Pylons are so healthy, though. They have infinite HP. Oh my gosh, it's 99% on 2 of those carriers.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep,
that's
one
such a
carrier.
heartbreaker. Oh my gosh. What is going on? Okay.
That's so much of his money, too.
That's so much of his money.
Now, if they are killed, he'll get the money back. Like, he just got
If
the
he
money
was
back for
half
one
a
of them.
second slower
Yep.
getting those vultures up there.
That being said, there's not a scary amount of Goliaths coming.
More EMPs
towards
on
here.
the carriers.
Oh, the Archon squad is back. On the left
And
side.
these carriers are getting torn apart by these 4 Goliaths. Picks off a carrier. That's huge.
That being said, the Archon army pushing the bottom left is... that's enough Archons to... if he hits the CC, he'll kill it.
But the Goliaths are coming down to deal with the Archons. Oh, EMP on the Archons? It's big money. So Archons managed to clean up the Goliaths,
I
which
think
means
they'll kill the CC. Yep.
CC is probably
Look
going to
how
go
fast.
down.
Look how fast they're killing it.
And the middle only has 2 turrets to defend it now against all the carriers.
Yeah. Surgling should send a probe down and build a nexus here.
I absolutely agree.
That's
and now
his way.
the units that are coming out from chess are dying as well.
The Dragoon Archon army. It's doing work, man. It's wiping everything that comes out of these factories. Look how fast it's killing
These
everything.
Archons are going to work. Who knew? Archons are good against buildings.
Oh, I mean, no, I know they're good against buildings. Like, you can tell that from how fast they kill stuff in PvZ. Or in PvP, but... Dude.
What is going on? Even the units are confused. Okay. So chess has like 500 minerals left in the
He's
far right
mining the
base.
center.
But he's mining the center and has 2,000 in the bank. Surgling cannot build another Nexus. Does not have the money to build another Nexus.
Yeah, he should cancel that carrier in the top right, then he can build a nexus.
If he cancels his carrier, he can build the
But he'll
Nexus.
probably long distance mine the bottom left until he can build.
Yeah. And it looks like the Goliath count is being rebuilt out of the main now from chess. So bottom left actually doesn't have anything from chess except for like
Oh, I
all
don't
the
think
money left on
Surgling
the
needs
map.
to attack into the center. I think he should
Oh,
just take the bottom
no.
left nexus.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever break this with what Surgling has. So, but I think that he's freaking out because he doesn't have any income left and he's out of money.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, he might
Oh,
go for
no.
right base.
I don't think this
I mean,
is the
there's
move
there's
either.
one
there's,
tank here.
There's 200 minerals left at this base. So what are you really getting?
Well, maybe you're kind of forcing Chess T to come attack into your Archon Storm army.
I guess. Well, here come the Goliaths. We need big storms. We have to see the big storms.
Ooh, we didn't actually
EMPs.
have the EMP missed on the Templar.
Missed on the Templar. Big storms. Good storms on these Goliaths, but there's still so many Goliaths. Oh my gosh, all the Goliaths are in red.
Yeah, the Archons. Oh my goodness.
The Archons should
They'll
be
do
able
work
to
here.
clean it up. Maybe the
There
carriers
wasn't
will do
enough
enough.
of them. Yeah, there wasn't enough Archons. Well, now they're doing work, actually. The one Archon.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, but carriers alone, he doesn't have enough to... Okay, he's long distance mining the bottom left.
He's long distance mining the bottom left, but he can't afford interceptors anymore, right?
Yeah,
he's
but he's
so
still
poor.
building them.
But he can't afford it, but he's still building them.
He's sending so many probes to mine the bottom left.
And I mean, I think can he threaten the center long enough to prevent Chess from pushing the left?
See, I think with that Archon army, he could have just held the left. If he didn't push, you know what I mean?
I don't know,
But
man.
then again, in a game this long, you have no idea where you are in the game. Like, he might be thinking that Chess had a 5k bank or something.
Well, I mean, he did.
I know, but I'm saying he could have thought, like, a couple minutes ago that...
that he still had it.
Yeah, that he's had a big bank, so he had to do something.
All right, 400 minerals acquired. Nexus has been placed.
Yes. So we've got
Whew.
carriers and a couple High Templar, and that's our army. And some observers.
Picking off the SCVs, but oh
Okay.
no, here it comes. The Goliath Rampage. Storms? Storms. They're clumping up. They're clumping up. The storms have to be huge. Big storm. That's a good one. Oh my gosh,
what a
that storm's
storm.
huge. One
What a
more,
storm.
one more.
What a storm.
Storms.
Oh, but
Okay.
just a couple tanks. Can
More
punish these
storms?
Templar.
Okay, good. Another good storm. Go. Are there are interceptors still? All the Goliaths are so low. There are no more storms on the map. All
I
the
think
carriers.
Chess has this.
I think he's got it too. Tanks coming down to the bottom left. Long distance mining has been halted. 7 minerals in the bank for Surgling. Chess T, still a healthy economy. Plenty of supply. Should be able to keep
Surgling
pumping
would
out.
take forever for Surgling to rebuild this Nexus.
Yeah, but in the main, Chess is just rebuilding everything. Oh no, the Nexus finishes.
Yep.
So Surgling's never getting another Nexus ever again.
Yeah, think of how long it takes to long distance mine 400.
The Goliaths are right on the tanks.
EMPs the carriers.
EMPs the carriers. Again.
Man. Yeah, because he knows, like, if the carriers have to defend the Nexus.
Oh.
2 of these are gonna die to, like, 3 hits.
3/3 Goliaths just do too much damage. 3 carriers remaining. And that's it. GG. GG.
Oh my god.
Woo. All right. So.
Oh, what a game.
1 hour, 3 minutes, and 54 seconds later. And we're ready to get into game number 2.
Yep. Well, that was quite the game.
Woo. Okay.
See, that's why I asked you questions at the 5-minute mark about how you feel about the
About the
center
high
clay
ground?
fields.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just felt something like that was coming.
And you're right. Let's bring out game
Okay.
number 2. I need to go get a beer real quick. So the lobby should be hosted.
Okay, sounds good.
And I will be back in literally 10 seconds. Woo. Wow. Alrighty, friends. That was a monster of a game. Very impressive. And yeah, we are ending today with a Terran versus Terran. So, this is actually just the start of a long day of casting.
You back?
I am back. Are you back?
Yes.
All right. Ready to get into game number 2?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Game number 2, Chess T versus Sergling on Neosylphid.
So, game number 2, Neosylphid. We've got our Terran player spawning in the bottom left position, Chess T. Winner of game 1.
And Sergling, the Protoss stronghold in the right side, the 5 o'clock, I guess. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Whew.
Yeah, maybe like, I don't know, 4 o'clock, something like that. 4:30.
So, that was a fun one. Let's see if
that was
game
quite
2
the game.
lives up to the hype of game 1. So
It will have a hard time living up to game 1, I'd say. But, Sylphid, you can get very long PVTs. Because in this position, if you're a Terran player, well, you are a Terran player, which way would you stretch your bases, generally?
Normally I would take my natural, build 5 factories, and then move across the map.
Okay.
Because I don't believe in taking third bases in Terran vs. Protoss.
Okay. Well, no, I understand you. It becomes more to defend, more tech out for the Protoss, more options, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
It's too tough, man.
let's just say we get in a position like last game, where these guys are getting, max armies over and over and over and over again. If you're Terran, are you taking that pocket kind of third, mineral only, and then that high ground? That's manageable.
I generally
right?
think that you expand clockwise all the way around. So you'll take the
Okay.
middle base high ground, and then you just expand clockwise. And that way you defend the middle base high ground, and then, of course, high ground is in parentheses.
Mm-hmm.
But there's actually a lot of buildable terrain in between those bases. You can litter it with missile turrets and supply depots and all that type of stuff. Is the way that last played this map. And so that's generally... If I'm looking to push this into a later game, that's the way I'm going to do it.
Okay. Okay, we've got our probe doing a little harassing, but Marine's gonna come out.
Remember, one Marine will never kill a probe. Just has to be 2 of them. Just doesn't exist.
I'll applaud Sergling. There would be a lot of temptation in my mind after a game like that to just that 6 supply, send our probe to the middle.
Absolutely, but so far, both players playing standard. And Chess T was not afraid of the cheese at all. Just put his barracks front and center, away from everything, no supply depot wall, just, hey, guess what? This is what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So despite getting the probe down to 1 HP, probe does go down.
Yep.
And looks like Sergling prepping up to take an expansion. Chess T maybe a little bit of a miscout here. Scouting the third base. Unless we're going to see like a proxy factory being lifted and placed into the
We might see a
natural-
proxy factory here.
Oh my. Maybe just trying to get the game over a little bit faster, but
Nah, maybe not.
maybe
Bunker
not.
coming up.
Bunker bunker coming up. Everything looking pretty casual here. Pretty standard. Tanks, siege. Should be a good time. Second gateway for the Protoss. Range upgrade.
Yeah, probably just going to see a CC now in a second.
How many Marines are in there? 4? Love seeing 4 Marines in a bunker. And Chesty's going to come in.
Okay, it was
See
just
the
hidden for a
expansion.
scout after
Yeah.
he saw Dragoon at the front.
And I really like that. Oh my gosh, this scout is so good. He gets to see the expansion in at 420. He gets to see
Goon range
finish. 2 gates. He has the entire game script written out for him. So, great scout from Chesty.
And
Love
we
to
actually
see
had
that.
the front goon die because it walked over to the left.
What? How did I miss
Yeah.
that? I was too
The front
busy
goon.
applauding.
Watching the
scouting.
scout.
Yeah. I didn't even realize that died. Wow.
Yeah, so it walked by. I think it took a lot of damage from the 4 Marine bunker. The second time, because it took like 50 shield damage. Because when you have 4 Marines in a bunker, I mean it's some pretty serious damage per second.
Yeah. Really, you're just dissuading any all-in dive on your tanks. Like, you can't
Okay,
dive
we have
this
siege
tank
here.
with 4 Marines in it. Where if there were only 2 or 3, then you can dive this tank, kill the bunker, you lose the game. It's a real sad time for the Terran. So, siege mode's up. Everything looking very stock standard
Robo coming up.
from both players. Which means I think we're going to get into another long macro game. There's always the opportunity for something spicy to happen, but right now, things are looking good. Things are looking quite nice. Third factory on the way.
Observatory. Third
Fourth
gate.
factory.
Ooh, okay.
Are we
Looks
getting
like he
another machine
subscribes
shop?
to the.
Never take third bases. Just don't do it. It's a trap.
The thing I always am scared about if I'm in the position that Surgling has taken right now is of a vulture drop. Something of that sort. When you're going for this sort of contain, like what if he has a dropship on the way to my base and then all my probes die?
And would that be coming before the observer gets a scout off?
Oh, no. This sort. I'm just talking about the sort of. Well, okay, if we had gone a couple factories into it, yeah, you probably could have seen it. But he has gone into a pretty defensive build as far as 4-gate observer.
This is a gun at the front.
We have a mine behind this tree in the middle of the map that went off.
It damaged those goons pretty well too. I don't think there's
Behind
enough
the tree.
tanks to break out though. Like there's 8 dragoons here. If he pounces on this right now before the tanks are sieged,
Yeah.
it's gonna be close.
Now, yeah, positionally, ooh, these 2 tanks are getting stretched out pretty far.
Yeah, positionally, I kind of like where the Protoss is with the flanking dragoons, but
particularly taking out that. Yeah.
and this barracks is being a huge nuisance as well. So, Chesty just going to poke his head out and go, actually, it's scary out there. Let's just siege up in our natural. And we'll get back to work.
Wow, we're gonna have a very late Reaver, but actually no defenses, and it's about to pop out. This could kill so many SCVs.
The observer sees everything. So there's no engineering bay. There's
Okay,
nothing
so he
to
didn't
build a
see.
shuttle.
He didn't see He Chess did 2 scans and he didn't see any shuttle or Reaver.
Reaver's now heading across the map. Oh man, I hate this moment every time. It's just like, so the Reaver can either kill 2 SCVs or approximately 1 million SCVs. And you don't know until it lands.
Okay, we have 1 turret coming up on the right side of the base, but that's it. Because he didn't scan the Reaver tech or shuttle, and it's just going around that.
Yeah, this shuttle's going to miss it completely. And there's plenty of SCVs here. I wonder if he's going to coordinate it with an attack at the front, but the front's looking really well fortified.
Yeah, I don't think you need to, like a Reaver drop, I don't think you need to mess around with attacks at the front here. Okay, let's see.
Here it comes.
He didn't pull.
Okay, didn't pull. Big Reaver shot, the second one. And now there's practically no SCVs here at all. So some good harassment there. Taking a 3rd base behind this too. So definitely setting up for a good macro game here.
Yeah, if we just have vultures filtering back, well, that's a lot of vultures.
It's a lot of vultures.
Yeah, but he just goes in, kills SCVs, goes away, still has his Reaver.
Yeah. And I mean, that Reaver can either dive back in, hope fight for a push later. And Circling's taking a 4th base as well, just recognizing, hey, I did enough damage where the Terran's not going to be able to push out to contest me.
Yeah, either way, you can just look at like the worker count.
And it's only going to get worse. Like the 3rd base is just now coming
Speed
online.
Shuttle. Speed shuttle. And we have a probe in the top left building a pylon. Or top middle. But speed shuttle is the thing that interests me the most there. Because, say we have another shuttle, get some zealots in there.
Bomb on top of these tanks. And it looks like a push out from Chess T. Maybe realizing, hey, a macro game is going to be pretty tough from this position. No, just pushing up to take...
Mineral only.
Mineral only? Ooh, mines. Mines. Big mine hit.
Yep.
Not huge, but takes out a Dragoon. Damages some others.
Just decide to sack one to try to take out mines. But it looks like the tanks will kind of position down a little bit more. Observer over the mineral only. So, we'll
certainly
see
just
that.
Feels like he's in such control of this game.
Yeah, and he sees factory count now.
He's had this observer the whole
over
game. Like, he just knows exactly how much production the Terran has. He knows, okay, I did a lot of economic damage, so he can't power out that many units. I'm just going to take some expansions, who are way ahead in worker count. He has 50% more workers at this point.
I think he's going to Reaver drop the natural, based on the shuttle path.
And there's nothing there. There's not a turret there either.
There's a turret to the right, but not that would deny
Not the left.
drop.
Yeah, the drop there, and then if you try to transfer back to the main, like there's a turret going up right now.
He just wanted to take out the SCV building the 3rd on location.
And that's going to save the natural, I think, because these turrets are going to come up just in time. Oh, maybe just slightly slow, bypassing the turrets, going directly into the main again.
Yeah, that'll work actually.
Drops down.
This is going to kill a ton of SCVs.
SCV's not being pulled either, so pretty much clearing out this entire... Oh my gosh. Oh, you hate to see this. SCV's trying to kill the Reaver. Never a good sign. I wish I could see how many kills this has. But instead I get to see its production. I don't know how you come back from this here. Chess.
Yeah, as Circling, you need to not die to the counter push, and you should win.
But he's up
In
60
my
supply. Like, this 4th base hasn't actually done anything.
But he is up 30 worker supply, so he's up 30 supply. When it comes to the fight. Like, I'm
Yeah.
talking about longer term. Obviously, he's in a much better position. But he did lose the Reaver. We don't know if he has another shuttle. I mean, he has Zealot speed.
Oh my god.
All I'm saying is, if he can last, he should win.
Charging him with some Zealots, trying to get some sick mind drags. He's just going to lose his Zealot and run away. I mean, no harm, no foul, really. Circling once again, trying to build up the bank. Chess T taking a third base. But it's going to be a hard path here. And attacking up through this high ground, fake high ground. Can I call it like the phi ground? Oh, that's just weird. Let's not do that.
The faux high ground.
The faux high ground. Okay, and here we go. He's going to do it.
Okay.
Charging in.
He's had an observer over this. I think he just sees there's no vultures, so he decided to attack here.
And the Zealots dive in, get a good amount of damage, but now there's no more Zealots, so...
Yeah, it's still a
Sacrifice.
very boxy area to attack into.
Yeah, I just don't think that that's... I feel like if you just run in, spread
From the
out...
left.
On the
I mean, like, to the,
From
if you
the
go
right.
to the right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right to left. That's just so much scarier. Oh, and here it is. The turret's coming out in the middle of the map because for whatever reason this map has buildable terrain in the middle of it.
Hey,
But-
wherever you can do it, it's strong.
Wherever you can do it, it's strong. And circling, just pumping out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 gateways? If I can actually count.
Yep.
So,
So really, he should, off of this count,
I think he can just slam his face directly into the Terran over and over and over again and win.
yeah, I think wipe out the mines that are ahead of the, like, wipe out these mines. He doesn't have observer here.
I think he's just
But
going to
if you-
go. I think he can.
Yeah, I think he's got a high enough supply that he can. Like,
I think he just goes. Just
you,
go.
you do risk,
it is.
you know, the counter pushes and stuff like that, but as long
Zealot's
as he
getting a
doesn't
little
get-
caught up, but now filtering through, going to get on the tanks, clear out the mines, and there's still so many Zealots left. Going to be able to get on top of all these tanks. No big mine drags, but all the tanks are dying, and I mean, he's just going to crush it right now. There's nothing left. Too much
Yeah.
damage off of the Reaver.
yeah, and you can't maintain this third any longer.
The third's just was automatically dead. He can
Yeah,
A move wherever he wants. Bunker's down. Everything's going down. Going to clean up this tank up here, but the reinforcements, the rally through, it's too much. And that is going to bring us... See, fast game. Fast, easy. 17-minute game. A nice little treat. Before game number 3.
yeah. Very good game there. Good bounce back from our Protoss player.
All right. A game number 3.
Our first. Let's see. Okay, so the first time we've seen New Bloody Ridge.
New Bloody Ridge, as opposed to the old Bloody Ridge. Here we go.
I think it used to have a much narrower natural choke at the front of the natural. I think that's what the difference was. So I can imagine that having been strong for defense. Regular Bloody Ridge. So, for game number 3, in the top right position, we have our Terran player, the olive green sort of color, chest T.
And in the bottom left, we have Circling. Wow.
So, what are your thoughts on New Bloody Ridge for Terran versus Protoss?
Well, the natural is really easy to siege. So, what I take from that is that you expand and you build 5 factories, and then you move across the map, and you siege in front of outside their natural, and there you go. That's what you do. I think that once you get into 3 bases, it's really easy to get pulled across the map, and so you see a lot of Protoss attacking one way, and the Terran has to move his entire army over to that side, and then it just goes the complete opposite direction. And
Yeah, I think there's a lot of... Oh, what were you saying?
And just has to move back, and it's frustrating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the vulnerability for Terran does come with that, like, which third base you take. Because obviously, in this position, Chess will probably take the third base that's right below his main. But,
Absolutely.
like, the ramp's kind of out there. Like, if you aren't controlling outside of your natural choke, you know, the Protoss could run units up there. They could be very annoying as far as things like Reaver drop.
And where do you take a 4th? The 4th is on a different continent.
Yeah, it's either the bottom right corner of the map or the, you know, parallel to your main. But the ramp is so far away. So we have a probe here damaging the barracks.
Yeah. Luckily, worker RNG being on Chess T's side, not hanging that SCV outside for forever. But it does get it stuck underneath. So, going to be an SCV short for a little bit, at least until this Marine gets out and can force the probe to go away. Actually can't force the probe away. This is awesome. This is how I was in the first game. That's how I felt.
So where's this one? Is this Marine gonna pop out to the left? No, okay.
No, it pops out in the space below. So
We've got Marines having a good time.
So
here.
there's a party going on under the barracks, and there's 2 factories going down.
Okay.
For Chess Team.
I like this. Something a little bit different here.
Something that should lead to a fast game, which would be really nice, wouldn't it?
Hey, no, I like long games as well.
I also like long games, so I'm just
But
trying
these
to meet the
Marines are
people in
losing their
chat.
mind.
Yeah, these Marines are freaking out. So.
Also, the probe is probably observing those Marines, and he's like, what the hell is going on?
This Dragoon's gonna come over and be like, I guess I just kill these?
Okay, if this SCV moves, can they... Okay.
No, he's just going to lift it up and get him out.
Okay. But we actually have the Dragoon here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is like, if he waited too much longer, the Dragoon would just come up and kill every Marine that's there. So.
Or you'd lift the barracks and then the Dragoon could walk in.
Nexus on the way for Surgling.
Yeah, okay, so depending on the next things he puts down. Okay, so the second gate is... that's not bad. That's not bad for when it comes to 2-fact defense.
Now that was a 21 Nex, right? I think I know Protoss, but I probably don't. I think it was
Yeah,
a
I
21
think it was.
Nex, which I think is good against 2-fact? Or am I wrong? Or is that the worst against 2-fact?
So, like, the best thing you can do against a 2-fact, I think, is, like, a unpunished 12 Nexus or something like that.
Yeah. I think
then
Nexus first is the best.
Yeah. The worst thing you can do is, like, expand off of, like, 3 Dragoons and then go into, like, robotics.
And that's
Which
kind
was
of what we
actually-
see. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, we had the second gate. So at least we have 2
okay.
gates. That was
gates.
before the robo.
Yeah.
So we should have 2 gates pumping dragoons. So you can, if you know, with micro and stuff, against 2-fac, whittle this down across the map. It's also key that he's here instead of being across the map.
Being at his own base, yeah. So he'll be able to see the 3 tanks move out.
I think he
With the
actually wants to
vultures.
proxy something. Circling.
Oh, it looks like he is. But these dragoons may be taking a little bit too much damage already.
Okay, he picks
But
off the
picked
vulture.
off the vulture.
That's
That's
good.
huge. That's so big because
Yeah.
those mines are supposed to try to like either damage these or
cut
kill
them off.
or yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, the key is we're gonna have. Yeah, you see the 3rd gate came down as soon as he saw the amount of units pushing out. Maybe he could kind of. I don't think he'll be able to, but you could kind of hold at that choke. Ish.
Oh, dragoons may be a little out of position, but the tanks aren't firing.
Tanks didn't fire. They took out 1.
But he's going to
Okay.
lose a tank. Mine's going
There
to go
should
down
be a
in the
couple
natural.
coming out.
Splitting his fire up a little bit. Was on one dragoon and then the other, but mines are now down.
Yeah, this
But
is
there's
looking
only
good
one
for
tank.
chess.
There's only one tank.
Yeah, but it's looking good for chess just based off of the amount of dragoons that are out right now. Okay, pulling the probes back.
Pulling the probes. It looks like he's going to be able to get this Nexus.
Yeah, so it looks like we're sort of in a position that we had on Sylphid in our 2nd series of the day, I think, where
is
the
the-
Nexus should die.
Yes.
I wonder if this probe is going to do something. That's at the 3rd base for the Terran, because
well, so we didn't actually build an
Chess is just
observer.
going for the kill. He's going into the main. A lot of times you don't even do this.
That's so weird, right? Like,
Yeah, but these
think
spider mines are in such good position.
and there's no observer. It's a shuttle first. It's a shuttle before the observer.
Okay, yeah, this is game over.
So he's going to kill a ton of probes here.
Yeah, there's just nothing to deal with.
Oh!
He lost his own tank. Oh, wow. Actually, the Nexus isn't dead, and there's no tanks coming out.
The
But
mine
there's
drag.
still no observer.
Oh no!
Okay, observer's coming out.
Oh my gosh!
Okay, so there's one tank that's gonna come across the map.
In time to kill this Nexus.
I don't think so. Well,
What is this shuttle doing? It's just going. Is this a fake shuttle drop?
maybe? Okay, observer's out, so he should be able to defend the Nexus.
Yeah, the Nexus isn't going to die, for sure, with this observer out. 3 vultures, maybe? No?
No, it looks like he's gonna lose some vultures. I would say the tank should... Okay, it already turned around.
So he doesn't kill the Nexus. He didn't even kill that many probes. The Mind Drag was just too dirty, man.
We had something cancelled.
I think that was a command center, and then there's a barracks because the barracks died during this fiasco. Oh no, the command center's on the left.
Yeah, I see it.
I don't know what that would have been. Oh
Wow,
man.
so this really was a fake shuttle.
A fake shuttle, okay.
Well, it's forced a very defensive posture. Man, I can't believe the Nexus didn't die.
And the
That's what
Nexus
happens
is
a lot of
alive.
times when you go for the kill. I think that's why a lot of times people don't go into the main. Is because
Yeah, you
sometimes
you take the expansion and then you fortify your position a whole bunch.
But he was so close to getting the win, if not for that mind drag.
That was such an insane mind drag. So Dragoon's able to get out on the map. Should be a pretty easy expansion here from Chess. Wow. And we're gonna continue. Oh my gosh, is Circling going to try to break this? You can't break this, right? Even with the shuttle dropping zealots down, I feel like the mines.
Well, I don't
just
even
slow you
think-
down.
Okay, if he gets the observer over there and takes out the mines, it's a good amount of tanks, but
It's a lot of tanks. They're gonna defend the mines for longer. I think those
I don't
mines
know.
are just
Look
like
how many
perfectly
units are coming
placed.
out of Circling Space, though.
Oh, once these zealots get there, do we have zealot legs on the way? Zealot legs are halfway done. Oh, and we lost shuttle. No,
No,
they're going into the
shuttles-
main. Oh, this
Yeah,
is
He
big
might
break.
he might try to get them to pull back and then attack in.
And that's what's going on. The tanks are coming back too, to deal with.
Yeah,
Two zealots.
probably when he sees the units.
And now he can go. He can go. He can
Yeah.
absolutely just break this. Just go. Go. No, not like that. Not like that. Okay.
I still
It
think
should
he
be
can
okay.
do it.
Yeah, I think he can. It's going to be close. He lost a lot of dragoons, and he's backing up with the dragoons.
Yeah, a
think the
little. I feel like there was a little hesitation there.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
and now we have speed zealots.
Yeah, just a little imprecise on the timing there. With speed zealots, I think he kills everything there, and it's not
Oh,
even
yeah.
close. Man, the Terran music gets me so pumped every time. It's so good.
Okay, but this army from Chess is, especially unsieged, is not something that we're worried about.
Yeah, but I mean,
If you're the Protoss player, here.
Circling doesn't really have anything. Like, I don't think the Terran's that worried about the Protoss army right now either, after the failed attack.
yeah.
Now, Protoss
But I'm
taking
just
a
saying
third
this
base.
unsieged position at the front of the natural is a little dangerous.
Absolutely.
Like sieged, obviously you'll never, you probably won't attack into it.
So Protoss getting a third base. Looks like he's positioning for a fourth base as well. And that's going to...
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
interesting that he took this first.
I don't think the Terran's doing anything on the map for a while, though. I think he has to sit back. He has to get a third base. He has to get 2-2, 2-1. At least 2 attack. He's probably going to wait till he has 3 attack. And then...
Is Circling just going to attack in here?
I don't think he can. I think there's too many tanks. I think there's just too many.
Well, I think with the shuttle he could.
But the shuttle's...
Versus this clump.
The shuttle's not going that way. The
Yeah,
shuttle's...
it's over to the left. I'm saying if he had the shuttle here versus the tanks this clumped, I think he could attack and break it. But
Yeah, and there's not enough vultures, really. So, you're probably right. Huge factory count now, though. So...
oh yeah.
Circling's prepping to get a fourth base online still. Reaver just popped out, so we should see a... Is Reaver harassed this late good? There's like a ton of turrets already. You've already showed the shuttle.
Yeah, in this case, I think as a harassment tool, it's not that strong. Oh my gosh, look how many turrets there are.
There's so many turrets. He unsieges the tanks, which is appropriate. And then he's
Yeah,
gonna
but
try
I
to
think
move
as soon
into
as-
the main. Like,
Yeah, I think as soon as he sees, like, there are, we've got a true turret ring going on here.
yeah.
Like,
Trusty's definitely done a good job of recognizing, hey, I might get completely screwed over here. So let's pump up the factory count, get a good army, and then expand. We're not going to rush into an expand. We're just going to play it nice and easy.
takes out DT.
Sieges his tanks. I love this tank positioning too. I
He's
guess
gonna kill the pylon here.
he's got Goliaths coming out to deal with the shuttle, if the shuttle ever does anything. And should be able to just take an on-site third. 2 starports. That's unusual. Maybe going to go heavily into drops? Maybe... No. You never go wraiths, right?
No.
Like 5 wraiths don't kill a dragoon.
Mm-hmm. And we already know he has Observer. Probably dropships?
Maybe.
Vessels?
Vessel's coming out first.
Yeah, it's just that dropships later in the game, you know, they're not as strong when you have the capability to clean them up. Man, we have Reaver double DT shuttle sitting at the top of the map.
Yep. And a second Reaver just popped out, too, so. Interesting army composition coming out of Surgling.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, Chess T is just content to say, third base seems pretty good. Surgling goes third base. I raise you one, fourth base. So, third and fourth being timed together.
Okay.
Shuttle's going to come in, see, whoa, that's a lot of missile turrets, and be thwarted.
Mm-hmm. He was pretty close to dying there, but manages to keep it alive.
I think he could afford to lose that shuttle and still be okay.
Yeah. Once you get onto a 4-base economy, you could lose plenty of stuff and be okay, but...
Is Chess T going to expand again? Is that what these SCVs are for? That's insane.
Maybe he wants to build turrets in advance?
There's no way you can expand again. Oh, this shuttle might go down if he tries to poke in. It does, and that's going to clean up this Reaver as well. Reaver gets practically no damage done.
Yeah,
So
got a
Chess
couple
T
vultures, bruised a couple.
looking pretty good in this game after the failed 2 factory.
Oh yeah.
Honestly,
his worker count's pretty good.
worker count's good. He's got a
We
lot of
have
factory.
1-1. 2-2 on the way.
It's 2 attack just finished.
2, yeah. Oh, it did?
Yeah, just finished.
Okay, so yeah, 2-2 is about 2/3 of the way done.
So, Vulture's getting out, being able to place some mines out on the map. And both players doing a good job at macroing this game. Really making sure to keep their money low, not get up to 13,000 minerals again. And potentially going to get a
Take top left.
5th base? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bases. Wow.
Yes. The thing is, the longer this game goes, there aren't that many bases for Protoss to take. That's why a lot of times you try to end it before a Terran. I mean, the Terran 4th base is always a point of vulnerability.
Yeah,
so a lot of times
this map is all about Terran's 4th base. And here
okay,
comes
we
an
have
attack.
engages on this ramp. This is
Some
not
good
the whole Terran army.
Mine drags too. Yeah, these vultures need to come up and soak. Zealot's going to get on top of the tanks. Nope. Gets pulled back. I almost feel like if he had just kept going, he could have killed half the tanks here. But I guess the vultures...
Yeah,
back
and
in
also
time.
the tanks at the top. Like, you were gonna... Like, if you engaged the Dragoons onto the low ground, you were gonna lose a ton.
Ooh.
Like, our tank line stretches way deep. So that wasn't that bad for Chess. He, the first engagement was good, I think, for Surgling, but we've got a ton of tanks still.
Vulture Harass is going to shut down any attempt at a 5th base.
Like, look at this ramp over by Chess's 3rd. How many tanks he has?
Absolutely. It's got a ton of tanks. But I mean...
Looks like Surgling's gonna try to, flow up to the top left to try to secure that base.
But the Observer was lagging a little bit behind, so... He's definitely going to be able to clear out these mines, though. And that's always
scary. Yeah, he should be able to take top left.
It's always scary as a Terran when they clear out all your mines, because then you just, don't know where they'll be coming from again. So you have to move to the other side of the map, place mines down there again. And it looks like...
Okay, these Dragoons to attack in versus these tanks, they'll get splattered.
Oh, absolutely. And he just pokes in and goes, "Ooh, no thank you. That's spooky." And Chess is going to take his 4th base at the bottom.
And we had the pylon go down in the bottom right that Sergling had as a spotter there.
Yeah.
So he knows that tanks are down there, trying to secure this.
Vessels are out, full energy.
Man, we have a huge army in this outside the Protoss 3rd that I feel like if they flow down to the bottom right, they could shut this down. Like, we do not have enough to support with just 2 tanks. I think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah,
Is
and
attack bottom
I
left.
think this base is dead unless Chess moves a lot of army down here. Now that is a good number of vultures, and the mine hits have been pretty good too, but there's still too many zealots donating a free tank as well. I don't see any way for 2 tanks to defeat this. Now he is moving all the rest of the tanks down to try to defend this base,
Yeah,
but the
but now
zealots
we're
are going
gonna
to
have-
move up.
Yeah, we're going to have zealots versus tanks. Or not. Okay.
There's still enough
Oh, Reaver here.
zealots. I mean, there are too many dragoons at this point. There's a
Oh,
all
whoa,
of
I
that.
actually think Chess is going to, if he traps this army.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
it's not
base
like
is
we have
dead.
Arbiter. Yeah, base is dead, base is dead.
Is base dead? Yeah, base is dead. It has to be. It has to be dead.
Yeah, because just a couple Dragoons will be
Yeah,
enough.
okay, there we go. There we go. And now this army's stranded over here on the far right.
We
of the
have,
map,
yeah, we have an army reinforcing now, and
and it's
that
mostly
army's
zealots. It's a little too much of a
Small.
line.
yeah,
and
too
too
stretched.
small,
It's not
so-
enough. It's not enough. Well, if he gets zealots on there, they will.
They'll take out a couple of the tanks, but
Ooh.
manages to clean it up. And then the
Oh god! And
rest
then
of the
his
army
other
attacked
get,
up. All
Yep,
right.
got splattered there. Yeah, not much standing army right now for Sergling.
And a lot of tanks for Chess. That's so many tanks.
That's a ton of tanks.
And he's got a ton of support in his natural as well, so if he just groups this up, I think he can push this the 3rd base of the...
I think he's
Protoss
got
pretty
19
easily.
tanks right now.
That's a lot of tanks.
Yeah, and considering all the fighting that's been going on, it's a lot of tanks to still have.
Yeah. And it looks like he's getting ready to push in.
Also,
Doing-
he's trying to take the 12 right now. I think he's
Ooh.
gonna try to take out this
The
6
12
o'clock
is so
base.
exposed. Like now the bottom right is really nice. Right? Because his army's already
Yeah, in the
all
midst
down
of the
here.
push.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But that 12 o'clock's just so exposed. But if the Protoss doesn't go up there, it's free money.
I think we might have him mine up over here, or maybe he's just going to
I think he's
attack
just
the top
going
left.
for the top left, the 5th base.
With this amount of
certainly-
vultures, he should be able to.
I don't know. Vultures
Yeah, well,
don't
the
really
back
do a lot
2
against
tanks.
proton cannons.
I just meant the front 2 tanks. I mean, front 2 cannons. I wasn't talking about
Yeah.
the back 2 ones.
Yeah, so running in there probably means he can't get it, but... Slowly starting to siege down this base. But that gives the Protoss enough time to get up his army, get some storm energy. And now it's going to be a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Protoss might have enough to... Oh, that's so many tanks. But a storm! Think about the storms! Okay. We're going to see. So defense force coming to defend
It's
12
annoying to actually push up these and kill them fluidly.
Yeah, it can take a while, but you just have to be patient and just recognize that there's a lot of investment here.
But
It's
you-
the Nexus and all the probes they're going to kill.
But you do have to remember that this was his 3rd base, so he's actually mined. Like if you look at the minerals here,
Oh, that is awfully dry. So I guess it isn't.
and the
that big of a-
and the longer he's taking to kill it, we may actually have, we could have like a patch or 2 run out here. It will die very soon though, unless we
Unless
have
a big
a little
attack
army.
in. tanks are unsieged in the back, and I don't think there's enough vultures here to defend.
Ooh, EMP the Templar.
That is huge, but...
Ooh, shuttle bomb. But it's late.
And there are like no siege tanks, so... Chesty going to maintain this position.
Well, actually, it's a shuttle bomb of 3 Templar.
But I think pushing up like this is too scary, right? These zealots are going to come in, and there's not enough vulture support against these unsieged tanks. Vultures are just going to go to town on these tanks up
there's
here.
not enough support here.
A good storm, too. And the unsiege dooms these tanks. For sure going to go down.
Ooh, all the vultures die to a Templar.
Meanwhile, though,
Upper
Chesty's
left is
going to
getting
push
pushed.
the top left. Taking this base out would be huge, but I feel like Protoss can just...
Wow, this 2 health
Yeah.
Dragoon just killed a tank and a vulture. With 2 health.
Pushing up through the middle from Chess. Getting good tank positioning again. And still continuing to push this top left.
Surgling is going to mine out of the bottom base before it gets killed now.
Yeah.
So if he can
base.
defend the top left, then he hasn't lost any bases.
I mean, just because he mined all the bases, he still lost the base, right? Like,
Yeah.
he still lost the base. It's like a morale thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where if the Terran doesn't kill the base, then you just feel bad. But if you do kill the base, you're like, hey, I killed one of his bases.
So we actually have a dropship of 4 vultures headed
But there's... What's he going to try to do with these?
in.
There's no probes here. So it's just mining up the gateways. Meanwhile, there's
I guess
not
it's
enough
something.
support with these tanks. Again, I feel like the Zealots are just going to be able to run in, but there are no Zealots. There are some DTs taking care of the drop down here. And Chest is taking a long time to try to kill this top left, too. So now it's up to Surgling. Does he try to break the push coming through the center of the map, or does he defend his top left?
Oh, we have a probe that just killed a tank. Yep.
The 6 o'clock now finally ran out of everything. So literally...
Is he gonna pick them up? Okay, yeah, he's gonna pick up probes, I think.
He's gonna storm the vultures.
Oh, what
huge
a
storm on
storm.
those vultures.
Oh, crazy storms right here. So efficient. He should actually, I would think he should pick up probes. Yeah.
Still a very high tank count from Chess. And his 4th base at the 12 o'clock has been healthy for a long time as well. Not that great of saturation at it, but it's still income, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he just takes the SCVs at his natural and moves them over, he'll be in a fine position.
Yep.
And the 5th
Yeah,
base
because he has those that haven't been mining at the natural. 5th base
from Surgling
coming down at the. Mm-hmm.
isn't doing anything right now.
Okay, and 5th base coming up in the bottom right from Chess.
But again, this is happening as his army's pushing up the top left, right? I don't think it would take too much. Send a couple Zealots and a couple Dragoons down to the bottom right, and you cancel that expansion entirely.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, what are we having here from Surgling? Kind of wiping out some mines, going through the middle.
Going through the middle. Catching some tanks. Just gallivanting around the middle of the map. And the vultures he's sending are going to be picked off by Dragoons, so all of a sudden there's not very much support for the tank army.
Yeah, all of a sudden Surgling's at max and Chess is at 114.
Wow. Protoss double the supply of the Terran.
Ooh,
But
storms
still
could be
can't-
massive here.
Still can't charge the tank line. Storm does not go off. The tanks snipe him, so that's going to be it from this Protoss army. And just like
and
that,
Arbiter. Arbiter EMP'd. All we have is tanks. We don't have any support. There's no support right here.
there's no vultures. It's just tanks, but that's enough right now. 'Cause there are. Oh my gosh, there's so many zealots in the natural right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking that that's why his supply was so high. It wasn't because of that army.
Yeah.
It was because of his gates and units at his natural.
He can absolutely just crush these tanks, especially when some of them on siege. He can just pounce on this and take it out. 2 tanks are going to take out this 5th base from Surgling. It's going to be a race. It's going to be a race.
They're targeted.
Yep. They're targeted. They're going to take it out. That's
Yep,
a
they
huge
got it.
pickup.
Yeah, but I think that Surgling could just attack, and he would wipe out the mining of the 12, and he would kill all the tanks.
He's going to absolutely crush this tank-only army. Vulture's finally in the natural, but there's still not enough. He can just push in. Doesn't need to do anything fancy. He can just...
Well, I wouldn't run all the zealots up there.
Okay. So a good defensive posture from Chess is going to allow for not that much damage. Just a couple zealots in this mineral line that's still very sparse. 3rd base now mined out for both players. I guess 4th base for Surgling taken out. Having to long distance mine from the 5th clock. And the bottom right is so healthy.
The bottom right, the fact that Chess has it is like his, that's what will win him the game if he wins it.
Yeah, he still has to weather the Protoss storm though. Literally.
Oh yeah. You know, I'm not saying that he will, but I'm saying that if he can hold this, this is the base that is going to be crucial.
And here it comes. This is what I think is so difficult about this map. He moves all of his tanks up to the top, and then the Protoss just swings around towards the bottom. And it's just going to happen over and over again. But the long distance mining from Surgling.
Yeah, and Chess has no idea that this army is heading towards this bottom right.
So now he has to unsiege everything.
Yeah, he knows now.
And move it over, and there's just not enough. If he just moves in right now.
Yeah, and then also he's going to come up like behind. Oh, he's going to be able to maybe take out some Templar? No.
No, not enough. And I think
you see he's building all these depots and stuff to try to buy some time.
Yeah, and actually, it is buying a bit of time, but he's got his tanks split up. Some are up top, some are down below. And now he's going to try to push in. Oh, no.
Oh,
huge storm. Huge storm, but we need another one to take out the tanks. And there's units going off into the middle of nowhere. So Chess T manages to clean up this assault. A huge EMP onto the High Templar as well. We'll clean those up. And Chess T manages to hold on, and all of a sudden Surgling's at 85 supply.
Jeez. And we have an Arbiter over here just hanging out.
And he kept the bottom right base. And the 12 o'clock. So now Surgling's mining off of one base. Only the middle remains for him to expand to. But honestly, I really like where Chess T's at.
Position-wise, Chess T it definitely is in a better position at the moment. He never even had the 12 that saturated, so there's a ton of minerals there. And then the bottom right, you know, we both know it's a fresh base, relatively. Circling the top left base, it has good, you know, he hadn't mined from it much either. But look, we're going into the Mass Archon army again because of mineral and gas count.
That's painful. Those Archons do not do much.
We just have an Arbiter at the bottom right attacking vultures.
Still hasn't killed anything though, because Arbiters do no damage. Wow. Well, How do we progress from here? I feel like the Terran can just push across.
I feel like it's
and
progressed in the
right?
only way that this game will keep going. So I think it's going to come down to, look, we talked about the middle on clay fields.
Oh no!
This is even more ridiculous, but we have to mention it at this point.
There's two gases there too.
Yeah, and I don't think
It's
I don't
a real
see how
base.
a Protoss. Yeah, I don't see how a Protoss holds this against the Terran, other than stasis and storm. But it's, you know, a Terran. I can see a Terran holding it. Tanks, turrets. You know, if chess gets that position, it's not very good for the Protoss.
Protoss does have a lot of supply. I feel like most of it's in Archons, though.
Yeah, he's got a good chunk in Archons. The army's out of position if he attacks the 12 here.
But he's not. He's kind of...
I mean, he's lingering up there.
Lingering up and down and doesn't really have a clear plan of where he's wanting to go. He knows that all the tanks are at the bottom right now.
Okay, we have scans going down. Looks like Chess
sees
is
exactly
heading.
where the army is. So Chess is able to move his army up into position. Right as Surgling's trying to come down. Maybe a little bit of an early siege.
Well, I think he thought the army was flowing down right then. So I think the shuttle and the zealots forced the siege, kind of. So now Surgling is flowing back down towards his natural. Maybe he's going to attack the bottom right now.
Seems pretty fortified, though.
Or maybe he was
turrets?
faking a move. But he definitely is having a little bit of...
Yeah, he's really
I don't know if
struggling
it's
to find a place to push in.
Well, I think either place is good. I think you just need to sort of mislead Chess T where it's going to be. Ooh, this mine
is bugged. Oh, but went off anyway.
Okay.
Well,
That's
that
one of the more
was
interesting mines I've
an
seen.
adventure. And we've seen some
Okay,
pretty interesting ones.
Archons.
Here come the Archons. Is there an EMP? EMP lands on 2 Archons. But the rest of the Archons just naturally are just getting annihilated by these tanks. But there might be enough Dragoons. They're on top of the tanks. The Arbiter's
You can kind of
here.
think of it, Archon as a super zealot. It's just that they take a ton of damage, but if they get on top of tanks, it's really bad for Terran.
And now Chess doesn't have anything. Oh, another big mine hit, though.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So now Surgling should
There's
be
one
able...
tank here.
He has to be able to take this out. Please don't tell me he defends this.
I'm not seeing how he defends this. Even the one zealot that's on top of it should kill it. But we have reinforce flowing down. No tanks though.
No tanks.
So the
Archon
Dragoon should just live forever.
Should just be able to kill all that. Unless there's like some big mine stuff going on. But the 12 o'clock, still mining, still very healthy.
Yeah, if we don't actually kill this base, it doesn't matter that much.
Is he cleaning this up?
Okay, there is reinforcement units coming. But we do not
now
have
there's 2
like
tanks.
any money.
And there's no money.
Okay, we do have all the vultures dying. If these tanks aren't sieged, actually.
The Dragoons can absolutely just dive on those guys. Just dive on them. Just kill them. Just kill
Okay, he takes out a couple.
Frickin' tanks.
Alright, he just took out a couple tanks. But now we have 2 sieged at the bottom right again. Okay, Archon.
Archon time. Archon time.
I mean, you know, the Archons mineral-wise are super expensive. Well, not mineral-wise. Gas-wise are super expensive, but he has gotten some definite utility out of them in 2 of the games of this series.
Absolutely. Ooh, these mines.
Okay.
The mines have just been so useful.
Archon heading down.
Flanking Archon going to be taken out by the 2 siege tanks. And now I think Zergling realizes he can't just push through the bottom. So, where's he trying to go now? He just has a lot of storms, which could be very valuable, but there's really not that enough units from chess to warrant all the storms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's definitely gotten some good storms, but there hasn't been enough fighting units outside of the storms.
So both players are around 100 minerals right now. Chess beginning to mine low on this 12 o'clock. Bottom right is still the most healthy base, except for the middle of the map.
Yeah, and I just realized that Zergling has a ton of probes on his third base gas. Probably just...
I mean...
I don't know. I've done that before.
The top left is going to mine out soon. I think that everyone's just trying to figure out what is going on in this darn game.
Yeah, exactly. So in this position...
Do you take the middle? Do you take the middle? I think you do.
So the one who has control right now, it's just the tank count. Okay, the tank count's being replenished at the
tank
natural, we
count's
can see.
Pretty huge.
Well, at the natural it is.
Yeah, at the. But I mean, you're not
non-existent at the 12.
The bottom right. Yeah, the 12 o'clock is completely exposed,
but it's also going to mine out soon. I mean, not that soon, but... Man, we have so many Templars.
Zergling showing mercy for this SCV. Oh my gosh. What is going on? Okay, so... things are moving around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got a ton of vultures with a couple vessels moving toward the bottom right.
I think he just has his whole army on patrol move. And just going up and down.
He actually might. Nah, I think he's flowing down.
No, I think he's flowing down, but...
Okay,
I mean,
now we have... The Protoss army is coming towards the 12.
Are we being
The observer-
decisive? Okay, we're clearing out the mines. So Terran's going to move up.
Yes.
And then the Protoss is going to lose no Dragoons to the mines.
We've got some yellow Dragoons, though.
We got some
Okay,
yellow
he
Dragoons.
can't
Okay,
attack
back up,
it.
back up, back up, back up. Okay.
Okay.
EMP
Yeah,
effectively misses.
Yeah.
So that's good news.
Okay, but we
Starport's
forced the Terran
pumping
to
out.
siege up that far back.
Two
Then,
vessels at a time. It's big brain.
okay. Yeah, he seems to get a lot of use out of his vessel, so seems like a good idea.
I mean, he has 7,000 gas, right? Might as well just pump out only vessels. And then morph them into vessel archons. Just do splash damage. Right? That's how the game works? Your spellcasters turn into melee units that do splash damage?
No, they cast irradiates that irradiate other units that they touch.
Okay.
What if an irradiate irradiated other units that touched the irradiate? Like a Zergling, and then every other Zergling
So it
got
would
it.
just be plague.
But it would also kill them.
Ah, okay. So plague with a single mutalisk.
Yes. Okay.
Fantastic.
So once again, he flows to the upper, near the 12, and we have the Terran army kind of in a further back position.
I mean, but at this point, the 12 o'clock is mined out. It has 317 minerals left. Something like that. Top left is mined out.
Okay, looks like we might get a fight here.
This might be the last fight of the game.
Yeah, Chess is up 20 supply. It's going to come down to engage. He's doing pretty good about...
Oh my gosh, that's so many tanks. And the storms aren't coming in. The storms aren't coming in.
And he's EMPing a ton.
So there's just not enough here, and all of the Templar.
And all
We're
the
just
Zealots.
up at the top left.
Yeah.
If the Templar had run in, he could have easily killed every single tank there with Storm. He still can. He still has a chance. He has to run in now.
Well, I just don't think there's a chance with no Zealots.
I think you almost have to like sacrifice the Dragoons. Oh, there's so many reinforcements though. And the DT's not going to do anything because there's vessels.
Now, Chess is about to mine out of both the bottom right and the top, but he could just take the middle.
Okay, so hear me out. Okay, there is a Goliath. Never mind. I was going to say that a single carrier, I think, wins this game. Or a scout. Like...
No, definitely not. Not the scout.
Dude, if there's literally no air defense, like he mines himself out and does not have a Goliath.
Okay, if he mined himself out...
And doesn't have a Goliath.
All you'd have to worry about is if you could use your single air unit to control the center.
Yeah, that's all you would have to do.
But I almost feel like you could do something like still distance mine versus one carrier, and they wouldn't kill it fast enough. Maybe.
So Chess is going to kill the base that doesn't actually matter. So everything's mined out except for the middle of the map. We are 47 minutes into this game. A little over 2 hours into this series.
Yes.
And Surgling is now distance mining the middle. He has identified what has to happen.
I think when these probes
Oh,
die,
these tanks are on siege. Okay, now they're sieged up top.
Yeah, but
he doesn't have vision, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he does.
Surgling doesn't have any way to engage the tanks.
He can build 4 zealots.
Well, if the Archons got on top of them, they'd do good, but they'll never get on top of them. And Chess can take the center. Like, what does Surgling do here?
You can't attack into this. It's too narrow. There's too many tanks. There's just enough vultures.
Where's the CC floating from? Is he floating one yet? Not yet.
I don't see one floating.
Okay.
Oh,
I thought because of his...
No, main floated somewhere else. It's like a ton of vessels just chilling. Okay, so we have siege tanks now leaving the middle of the map.
I think maybe he's worried about an attack into his factories.
But it's not like he's building anything. He has 81 minerals.
Yeah, I don't know. I would just defend the center and take it.
If he takes the center, he wins. Whoever takes the center wins. Even if he just leaves 2 tanks there, they'll trade cost effectively.
Yeah, well, he still has it mined up.
Neither player has mineral income.
Yes.
We are 1-1 in this series. 1-1 overall. Winner of this takes the lead.
Yes.
We have 2 more matches after this, including a Terran versus Terran.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Just wanted to state some facts about the current state of...
Oh, we have 7 probes in a shuttle at the top.
We have probes in a shuttle going to dive bomb on top of tanks? Oh, this is
Good move.
Oh,
Takes
this
out a
is so
tank.
good. Takes out a tank with some probes. He can absolutely take out this clump of 3 too. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah, this is some
This is some so
high
good.
IQ stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, no probes left. Go
No
get
probes.
some
Go. There's plenty at your
at the gas.
high ground gas. Yeah, just go pick up some probes. Kill some more tanks. I mean, he can kill like at least 2 more clumps of tanks.
All right, come on, let's Archon drop on tanks.
Actually, probably not that bad of an idea. There's approximately a fleet of science vessels. So, hopefully there's no storms this game. Okay,
Oh,
now we're
he's
doing...
gonna try to storm.
No, I think he's just trying to...
Yeah, they're just gonna die too quickly.
I think he's trying to kill them with the High Templars. And now he's pushing in. As the tanks
now
on
he's
siege,
gonna drop and storm.
the tanks are unsieged. Okay, so he picks off a couple more tanks. We're getting
thing
somewhere.
about-
Except,
Yeah.
Chess
He's
is
mining
mining.
middle. Yeah. Oh, your spider mines mean nothing to my Archon, unless they get dragged into it by the Zealot.
I do appreciate the Archons still having shields, despite there being approximately 400 vessels. Big EMP on the army. Is this enough?
Yeah, I think this is the
I
end.
think it is. Oh my gosh, there's so many flanking tanks.
Flanking
some good
tanks.
storms,
Okay,
but-
we've reached the point in the PvP
There's no
where
more
we've got the
army, there's
flanking
no more
tanks.
income. He's at 28 supply. It has to be the
We've re-
end, right? He has 8
we've reached-
army units.
And we've reached the point in the PvT where we have the flanking tanks. Just tanks.
Okay, are we just trying to survive to an hour again?
Maybe it's like a campaign mission. It's like survive 1 hour.
Well, I don't think he's going to make it. There it is.
Okay.
GG. Chess T takes it in a nail biter of a series. Wow.
There we go. Well, I'll tell you what, this series was an experience. I feel like, I don't know, I feel kind of like a new man or something. Like, it was kind of traumatic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean. Whew. That was something. That was a lot
Oh,
of fun.
absolutely.
That was a
Yeah,
lot of
very
fun.
fun to cast. Very back and forth.
Very back and forth series.
Okay, I need like a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I
before
think
the
I
next
need
one.
a 5-minute break as well. So I'm going to go ahead and set up the lobby, and then we can go ahead and take our short break. 5 minutes. Thank you all for hanging in it there with us.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but we'll be right back following that break with Onichichi versus Buenaventura. TBZ.
Yep.
Okay. But yeah, I'll be right back. So. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, guys, we're back.
We are back. And man, that was definitely a series that we just had.
Indeed, it was.
So we have 2 more remaining. We have a TVZ, and then we finish with a TVT. Hopefully the Terran vs. Terran matchup does not take 3 hours. That would be quite the casting exhibition.
Yes. Yes, it would be quite the night of casting.
Anyways, we've already been here for long enough. Want to go ahead and hop into the next game?
Yes.
Sweet, let's get to it.
Okay. I started forgetting my observer hotkeys. Okay, so in the top right-hand corner, we've got our red Zerg player, Buenaventura. Slightly different name in BattleNet. I think probably because of how long his name is.
His name is very long, and I actually forgot to switch the overlay names. But that's okay. We'll do it right now. Keep talking.
Okay, and then in the bottom right, we've got our white Terran player. Pretty sure this isn't their name. For their team.
Onichichi.
Yeah, Onichichi. And so TVZ. First time we've had a TVZ tonight. Should be interesting. We've got our Overlord scouting south, so it actually should get to the... I guess you never really want to have it where Marines can hit it, so maybe they'll hang it over the natural. We'll have to see.
Woo! Okay. An overlay should be fixed. Yeah.
Okay.
Took a long break and forgot to do the one thing that I needed to do.
And now we've got the 12 hatch gone down and the barracks started up for our Terran player.
Yep.
So everything looking... We do have a gas.
Yeah, the gas is...
That's something different.
Is a little unusual, but mech play, very strong TVZ. Requires a lot less finesse than the normal Marine medic combinations. So I would definitely recommend it just like in general for trying to win. I think that learning how to play bio is very beneficial for teaching like hotkeying mechanics and how to move your fingers very quickly. But can definitely be punishing for like, oh, I didn't pay attention for 2 seconds and now all my Marines are dead to 2 lurkers.
Yes. And then also, every time you're having to select units, you're having to stim them, you're having to, there's a lot of commands going on. Whereas you can kind of move around your mech army more with an A move. I'm not saying that you can just A move. Like, obviously, tanks need to siege and spider mines. But in the early game, like, a lot of times it seems like mech nowadays is using Goliaths. They're a pretty responsive unit.
Yeah, and usually you have to see a lot of Goliaths just to deal with the lair, or the mutas. And we do see a very fast lair, 2 hatchery lair. So these mutas should be hitting pretty quickly, and the factory has not started yet. In fact, it's just going to be another barracks for right now. So, despite getting that gas early, still looking like it's going to be a lot of bio play. So I'm interested
maybe
to see what he does with the
my bad.
gas.
Drone came in from Buenaventura to try to scout, picked off by the Marines. And the SCV is at the natural, on pretty low health. It seems like the Zerglings will block it.
Yeah, so it doesn't get to see any scouting information. Colony down, staying safe. Plenty of lings out for the state of the game. And Layer's almost done. He has enough money for the Spire, so Spire should be coming down.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if Onichichi's ready for this. Throwing down the third barracks, but there's no expansion coming out. There's no engineering bay. It's just the Marines.
Now, the Zerglings do get picked off, but...
Oh, and then hits him with the LOL. Ooh. Buenaventura being a good sport about it. Love to see that. And the Spire is halfway done. Is this enough bio?
No.
Is there enough here?
No way. Well, we don't have any medics. We don't have an academy.
We do have a factory coming down.
Yeah.
Third base as well from Buenaventura, which seems odd because I feel like you would need the minerals for the Mutalisks, but
yeah, it is a little interesting. But for the build that we've gone with, the 2-hatch, I think we'll still have 600. So we don't have 3-hatch, so we couldn't have built 9 anyway.
Onichichi pushing out with these Marines. Actually, a pretty good timing because I think the Mutalisks are just now in the eggs, but just moves down to the bottom of his ramp. I'm terrified, man. He has so much gas, but no medics, no academy. Factory's
finished. There isn't gonna be any sustain for the Marines. Like what you see is what you get.
And there's no stim, there's no range. This is looking dicey. Mutas are on their way, 6 Mutalisks.
Yeah, obviously if the Marines just fight the Mutas with no micro, this amount of Marines is okay. But
it looks like the Buenaventura is going to micro him pretty well, so
yeah.
There are a good number of Marines, but they're all kind of split up at this point. One Muta goes down.
Yeah, well, there just isn't like the sustain ability for the Marines without medics.
Wow. The Mutas are just continuing to wreak havoc. Still no expansion from the Terran either. Just straight Marines getting pumped out of every barracks.
Now we are down to 3 Muta here, but
there are some extras. Oh my!
Well, I don't know what he's referring to.
It might be latency related, but even then.
Yeah, but we have drones being sent to the 3rd.
Yeah.
We're up in drones versus SCV.
Super ahead. And finally the academy's done. So we should be able to get some medics. Stim on the way, siege tank on the way. So Terran player could still mount a push. It is still a possibility, but
yeah, because we will have a tank. You know, we'll have Marines. We'll have a medic or 2.
Onichichi still chatting about not ending the game.
Yeah, interesting.
Maybe came into the match a little frustrated. I know I've definitely done that and come off of a couple losses straight into CPL matches.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have medics out, or a medic. With
there's
on the way.
Yeah, a couple in production.
And only 4 Mutalisks, so it's a possibility that he can clean up all of the Mutalisks and then push across the map. But there are lurkers coming in.
Yeah, but we have lurkers. Yep, lurkers at bottom of the ramp.
Oh, man. And that's going to be it. Right at the bottom of the ramp. Going to take forever to clean out.
Without like siege mode, this is like like this is a real pain as a Terran to break down this. We don't have like a queen's nest or anything, but you know, lurker muta is gonna be.
Lurker muta looks like preparing to take a 4th base. Lurker's at the bottom of the ramp.
Yeah, just this choke is gonna be too strong. It's not like we have a vessel or something, so we'll have to use
vessels.
scans. We only have one. So we'll see.
Engineering bay coming down. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for our Terran hero to recover. A ton of lurkers.
Yeah, what do we have, like 7? This is just a lot.
Yeah.
This would be a lot to deal with in an open area, much less, you know, a choke.
Yeah, trying to come down that ramp is going to be painful. Muta and Scourge back up. Lurkers move up a little bit, losing Marines piece by piece. I'm afraid that we're quickly reaching the point where the Lurkers can just run up the ramp.
Yeah.
4th base
yeah, that's
coming
what
down
it's
for a
looking like.
Zerg player.
Mm-hmm.
Lings scouting around the map, making sure that there's no sneaky...
Yeah, we've got a ton of Scourge and everything.
I think
and we don't even have
I think
port.
Buenaventura's just covering all the bases, saying, how do I lose this game? Okay. If a drop gets
as
in
far as
somewhere...
dropship.
Yeah. It's like the only way I lose.
Mm-hmm. And we have Hive a quarter of the way done. About.
Nice try. Hatcheries. I think Buenaventura's played this game pretty well. Got the meters out,
extraordinarily well.
did some stuff, but then, like the follow-up, he got some drones, he's got lurker tech pretty quickly, he's teching into Hive, maybe a little slow of timing, but I think that he might have been caught off guard by, well, it's a one-base Terran, let's chill out for a little bit and make sure that we're good.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah, just get the lurkers to be safe, which he's done. I think he's looked around for hidden stuff. Got up his Scourge for safety. And I think we're heading towards a Buenaventura Game 1 win. Yeah, because we don't even have like a star something. Yeah, I have to figure that relatively soon we'll have like a mined out main as well.
Main is getting awfully low. I mean, Buenaventura has lurkers in his main, just in case. 4th base is getting droned up. Scourge patrolling around.
Yeah, droning up the full. Yeah, we've got a really good drone count. Seems like to me.
So Onichichi just scanned the natural, saw that there's a million lurkers there, and went, well, huh.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, when you get in this kind of position, there's not a ton you can do here.
And here we go. Looks like we're pushing down the ramp. Going to be a nice bloodbath, I'm afraid, coming down off this ramp.
Yeah.
Lings coming in to clean up the scraps. It might be enough. Lurkers are unburrowed. Going to try to push up. Tank is sieging up. So lurkers run up the ramp. Going to burrow in time.
Yeah, I
a
don't
lot
even
of
think there's
splash damage
scan.
done. One more
Okay,
scan.
actually there is.
That, he's
There's
got
one scan after this.
a little bit more, but that is going to clean up all the units. And then Onichichi, happy to be out of that game. Hopefully.
Well, the way
over
that
it.
game went, I don't blame him.
Let's see if next game will be better.
Yes. Could you give me 1 minute? I'll be right back.
Sure.
Just grabbing a water.
Do I have... Why are those up there? What's up, Dean? How you doing today? Having a good time? Classic. So we're just waiting for Avon to get back. Grabbing water real quick. Before we get into game 2 of our 4th set of the day. Onichichi versus Buenaventura. Oh, I guess I don't need that. Nope, I need that. I don't need that. There we go. We're not taking a break. We are actively casting. Avon's taking a break. I'm not taking a break. I'm here talking nonsense, filling time. I feel like I've talked all the nonsense I can so far already, so definitely appreciate everyone tuning in. Hope you all are having as much fun as I am as we watch the last games of week 1. All right, welcome back.
Yes. Okay, here we go. So game 2.
Game 2, let's go.
Okay, game 2, Sylphid. So we've got Onichichi, our white Terran, in the bottom right.
And Buenaventura of Clan Rev on the 7 o'clock? 8 o'clock? Almost 9
Yes.
o'clock. 8:30 maybe?
Something like that. Yeah, 8 o'clock.
As the light pink Zerg. I actually really like this color for Zerg.
Yeah, I like it too. It's kind of a natural Zerg color.
Yeah, I think I recommended the bright pink one time and it did not look good. So, a little bit of pre-game chatter from our players.
Uh-huh. So Sylphid TVZ. What's anything particular you like to do here? Just standard Marine Medic?
Yeah, I'm a IO player for the most part. I think it's noteworthy that it's difficult to like put lurkers on high ground and take another main that way. So third bases tend to not go to other mains as frequently as on more standard 4-player maps.
In this position, would the Zerg likely take their natural and then take the ramped one above?
Yeah, I think you would take the ramped one way almost at the 11 o'clock.
Okay.
And that would be far enough from the Terran, and you can put lurkers up there, and it's a big old pain to break.
Well, what about, like, do you go, like, 2 racks, or are you, like, a early eBay upgrade kind of guy?
It depends. So, usually I'll scout fairly early, and I'll try to see whether or not it's a 2-hatch or 3-hatch build. 2-hatch, you, like, have to go 2 racks Academy, or else you will never get Marine... You'll never get range, and it'll be a disaster, and you'll lose all your SCVs, and cry about how Mutalisks are broken. But against 3-hatch, you kind of have an option. I've usually been going 2 racks Academy, but
5
racks plus 1 also good. I tend to go for more tanks in my composition than the straight science vessels because I don't have 300 APM yet.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's better versus lurkers and
yeah,
does
it's
some
just
damage under Dark Swarm.
it doesn't take as much APM to break things, so it's just a little bit easier. I think it's more of a style thing.
Mm-hmm.
So Onichichi getting a barracks out. Once again, early gas. Scouting the top of the base with the Marine, probably trying to find the exit to this map.
Mm-hmm.
We all know the struggles of zoning into a map and being like, oh no, I don't know what's going on. It's
Yeah,
pretty
exactly.
much any time I open up the ladder, it's like, what is this map? And a 2-hatch
Lair
build.
Morphin.
Yep,
Mhm.
2-hatch build once again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So Marines,
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if Buenaventura faced off how well his mutas did last time. If he just went into a lot of them. You know?
maybe.
Like a harder commitment into muta. Because he did kind of transition pretty smoothly into lurker.
And Onichichi getting Marines out into the natural, which is good.
Mhm.
Doing a good job building supply depots in time. And continuing to mine a lot of gas.
Yeah. Yeah, and for, you know, well, he didn't lose a Marine there. That wasn't too bad. When you're mining this much gas, you want to use it. But
And a command center going down.
okay, that's
I'm all
different
for it.
from last game.
Yeah,
Mhm.
a little bit different. Second barracks and a factory. All good things to be getting. 2 Sunkens going down in response from the Zerg. Probably in response to the Marines pushing out and killing the Lings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, didn't want to deal with. Sometimes when Marines just walk across, you don't have anything.
So I already
Kill someone.
like this game a lot more from Onichichi. I mean,
Oh,
even
yeah.
looking at the minerals, like the mineral usage is a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to chase off the Overlord a little bit, but this Overlord should be immortal over here.
Yeah, only thing scaring me still currently is we don't have any turrets. So I think these mutas are gonna
No
be pretty
turrets, no academy, so
academy.
no medics. If either of those things were just a little bit faster, I think that they'd have a chance. And the academy's just now getting started, but the mutas are almost on their way. They're hatching right now, so
Yeah.
mutas are
good.
on
And
the
sort
map.
of what, and sort of what you said earlier. The part of the reason against 2-hatch you go 2 Racks Academy is to get that Marine range, that all that kind of stuff. Stim Marine range allows you to fight mutas.
Yeah,
Destroying the egg.
I can't imagine fighting mutas without stem. Without range, it's painful, but you can do it. Without stem, it's... I don't know. And here we go. We're going to see the start of it. Some decent micro out of Buenaventura. Going to pick off some SCVs. Continuing to get a lot of damage with this, but does lose a muta, so the Marines are getting some damage.
But like, we just don't have the Marines aren't getting healed, so it becomes so much harder. The glaives are so strong.
We have a good number of Marines still trying to take out this egg. Free up some space here. No additional Mutalisks currently coming out, just going straight into the Lurkers again. And already I think that the Mutalisks have taken quite a bit more damage. Egg is about to go down. Egg goes down. And now this should be enough Marines to deal with 4 Mutalisks. So Academy's done. Stim is on the way. Need to get some medics out. But this is a
We do have
healthy...
a lurker halfway done. Oh yeah, this is a healthy group of This is a healthy group of Marines.
And Stim just finished, so
Yeah, as soon as we get some mechs, he could actually get over there before the group is done.
all right, picks off another Mutalisks. So now there's only 3 Mutalisks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, producing off of 4 barracks pretty regularly. At the moment, there's only 1 building, but overall, pretty regularly building. And we have a 3rd base coming at the 12 o'clock, Buenaventura.
Yeah, and morphing the Lurker to kind of block any potential Marine runouts, which is fine. Doesn't fully block it, but I think the Marines are stuck at home at least until the engineering bay finishes and we can get some more turrets.
Mm-hmm.
So, siege mode just finishing. No tank out yet.
Yeah, and I think we might have like a lurker contain sort of come up from Buenaventura, because we have 3 lurkers at the mineral only, or Onichichi, that are going to yeah, I think he'll take this like contained position. So that's pretty strong.
I'm cheering for our Terran player here. So I'm hoping these are not hold lurkers, because it's such a brutal location for hold lurkers.
Yeah, it
Missile
actually would
turrets.
be a very good location for that.
Missile turrets up in the natural. And just a couple drones up for the 3rd for the Zerg, so Terran player not in the worst of shapes. Again, very low drone count from our Zerg player. Hive on the way though.
Okay, so he just scanned the lurkers.
Scan the lurkers. Lost a good chunk of Marines to him too. And this type of position is very difficult to break with just Marines. 4 lurkers is a lot. So even if you like micro really well and like dance Marines around, you're going to run into problems. Oh no, just running straight into the lurker field is going to spell disaster. GG is called. Onichichi suffering a swift defeat at our Zerg player, Buenaventura.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that one goes 2-0 to Buenaventura.
2-0 to Buenaventura.
Very well played by Buenaventura, I felt like.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that he did everything that he needed to do in order to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
So that actually ties up our overall series for Tier 3 at 2-2 between Samyang
So the
Fire.
last one is going to decide the Tier 3 balance for Week 1. Whether Samyang was ahead of Socialized Healthcare or vice versa. So that's what our 5th series, our TBT, is going to decide.
Okay. Last set of the day. Back to Clay Fields.
Yes.
I love it. Oh, let me change the players real fast. All right. How much do you actually know about TBT?
I mean, I've watched it. I haven't played it very much. I'm sure you know much more than I do, obviously.
Okay. Have any secret things you want to see from your times watching?
I mean, if I were playing Terran, then I go for some silly thing where I build like 3 factories of vultures, and then I try to kill all your SCVs.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we'll see something like that.
That's a good one. 3 factory vulture is too much fun. Anyways, you ready to get into it?
Yes.
All right, last match of the day: Barisu versus Ash. Aquels.
Yes.
Here we go.
Also nice to see that several of the tier 3 guys are, several of them have clans and things like that.
Yeah, that's
Good to see.
super, super cool.
So, bottom left position. We've got our Red Terran from the Ash clan, Wells, I guess.
Yeah. And in the top right is the Blue Terran. I like the red versus blue. Good choice. We have Barisu from Team Samyang Fire.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And I guess since he's playing against the European team, he made an account for the EU server, maybe?
It's possible. I think that it would be polite to play on the EU server for all of the European friends over there.
Mm-hmm. But I think that's why his name's Boriso Europe.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me.
So Borisu, I know, he's plays a ton of FFAs. Interesting guy. I'm interested to see what he comes up with here as far as TBT. I haven't seen him play it. Mostly see him play random. But his Terran seems his strongest, so
That might be why he chose Terran then. So, hopefully we see something interesting. Barracks kind of near the ramp. I like to see that. Just helps when you float it over, it get there a little bit quicker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes don't you like build it out on the map just to get that little bit of earlier scouting?
Sure.
But then you're kind of at risk of if some guy goes for some, I don't know, something silly, couple Marines
I
versus your
generally
CC.
keep it in my main at first, but you can build it wherever, really.
Mm-hmm. And gas is coming up. Everything looking.
Yeah, outside of some major cheeses, I'd expect both players to be getting gas at the 11 to 12 supply mark, and going straight into factory tech. You don't really see bio play in this matchup, except for in like BBS, super cheesy type of scenarios. So
Mm-hmm.
both players hitting that 100 gas mark should see factories coming down.
Yep.
Guys being pulled off of gas for Barisu, guys still on gas for Aquels. So, to me, that says
So we can go double?
multiple factories. And
Okay.
we see at
And two
least
go down.
two. At least two. Again, you might get your wish and see the 3 factory vultures.
Mm-hmm.
So, both SCVs able to get into the main bases, see what their opponents are up to. So Barisu's
So
going
if you're seeing this as Barisu, what would your reaction be? Seeing 2 factory right off the bat. Ooh, did he see it?
I don't know if he did. It doesn't look like he got far enough over. Maybe he did. Maybe he saw one, but not the other.
Okay, he's coming down now.
He's coming down now. Hopefully he sees him. Well, it looks like he's actually adding a delayed second factory of his own. So, machine shop coming up on one of the two, and then a vulture out of the other. So I feel
Looks
like,
like a CC is gonna get built.
yeah, it looks like Barisu's going to go for the command center. I think Aquels is going to be later because he's still mining gas too. Just because he got that second factory faster. And it does look as though it's going to be mass vulture from Aquels.
Okay, Spider Mine coming down first.
Mine's is a little interesting. Could just be that he doesn't intend to kill with all the vultures. He just kind of wants to set up a soft contain with spider mines. And Barisu, you can see going very conservatively with the tank.
Yes.
Vultures don't kill tanks except with the spider mines. So
Oh, we have the Marine out on the map from Barisu shooting the barracks. Obviously, if the Vulture comes, he'd lose that, but... Oh, no. Marine's running to the center.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. The Marine is generally pretty useless. Can kind of deter the barracks, but it takes forever for the barracks to die. And 5 vultures moving across the map, that is a frightening force, especially since mines are done. So these vultures from Ockwells might be able to get some work done, especially if they get mine connections in with the tank. And there's no sort of supply depot or engineering bay blocking the natural here. So these vultures are going to have free reign. It's 5 versus 2. Now, the tank does make the difference in a straight-up fight, but the mines should allow for a little bit more counterplay. Now a supply depot coming up, but the mines are not being laid offensively. Again, they're more being laid for the soft contain. Yeah. I don't think Barisu's too upset about that, though. He's got an expansion, plenty of SCVs. Looks like drops are coming up for him, so going to be doing just fine.
Yeah, we got equal SCV, but we have 2 CCs building. SCVs for Barisu, so he should get the lead relatively soon. Double tank production. So he's going to get ahead in that way. But as you said, the map control goes to Ockwells, and he's
now
got
these vultures have
speed
speed.
vultures.
And they're able to run in. Are they going to lay mines over on the top? No, going straight for SCVs. Going to get a ton of damage done. Still not laying mines. Now choosing to lay mines. The tanks are clumped up. Might be able to get a good connection here.
Ooh.
That mine is so close.
Yeah, decent from Barisu taking down the mines. He targeted a couple of them.
Yeah, very good play from Barisu. Still, I think that is enough damage from Ockwells, and he has the mines up, so he's pretty safe against a counterattack as well.
Yes, but I would say that Barisu lost no tanks. He's going to have his dropship. Maybe that could be his counterplay. He's got 2 tanks in production, and he still has 2 CCs, whereas Ockwells is just mining off his second. So I think it's pretty... There's play for both.
Yeah, I think Ockwells needed to kill SCVs, though. Because if you look at the SCV count, now it's equal. Before, we would see Barisu take a pretty sizable advantage and then continue to have that advantage throughout the game.
Ooh, are we actually going to have Barisu maybe take a third?
I think he can. I think that Ockwells maybe didn't quite know exactly where that third was. The Vulture was off to the side a little bit. He definitely seems wise to the fact that Barisu would be taking a third right now. So, definitely good on him.
I think there's no... Oh, what were you saying?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I think Barisu knows, also from having his barracks, that all these additional factories just came up. So there isn't that much push potential out of Ockwells at the moment. So, safe to take a third.
Yeah, and these 2 dropships can do a lot of damage if they drop in the main. Can be very
This would be potentially 4 tank drops.
It looks like it is just 4 tanks. But he is getting a third base behind this. And he knows, based off of his barracks positioning, that Ockwell's third is going to be delayed as well.
So, with these 2 dropships, he actually has more tanks in dropships than Ockwells has in the game.
Yes, that is correct. Now 2 more have been started. We have a couple more add-ons coming on as well, so he's going to be able to pump out 4 at a time. He has plenty of gas for him too, so he's going to be able to push out a lot of tanks. I don't think it'll be fast enough though, as these 2 dropships are coming in right now.
So I don't think, we see this that much of double tank drops, but I would almost siege over the natural, I think. Or take out this armory, and then you can leave.
Oh, he's focus firing the armory for sure. But then afterwards...
But he is... Ooh. Okay, he takes 1 tank out. Alright, takes out the armory.
And now he's kind of struggling against the superior vision from Ockwells.
I think he will take out that tank.
He will. And so Aquel still needs to find some answer to these two tanks. One is very damaged and should go down quickly. He could even almost pull the SCVs. Losing these two machine shops is going to be pretty detrimental. And he might be able to take this tank out as well. Yes, so trades evenly in tanks and manages to kill the armory. So definitely a worthwhile drop. Keeps the tank count pretty low.
And the dropships both survived. So that's longevity. We actually have 2 more dropships. So we have 4 dropships.
Yeah.
Already. SCV's Barisu's slightly down, but everything else, it seems better.
Yeah. And Barisu's pumping out tanks right now. He's got tanks, he's got dropships. Going for the second starport, too. So we might just see a lot of drops going into that same type of location.
Yeah, he has kind of weakened. There isn't drop defense right there. There's a couple mines now, which is pretty good defense. But maybe he could drop the third, something like that.
Yeah, even if Barisu just like claims the third, I think that's still incredibly useful for him. Right now, though, we're just seeing both players kind of getting their economies intact again. Building SCVs, making sure third bases are running nice and smoothly.
I think we can see here that Barisu subscribes to the theory that tanks are a good unit.
Tanks are a pretty good unit, especially when you load up 5 dropships worth of them. So this is pretty much...
Actually, 6 dropships filled with tanks. There's another one right next to the factories.
Oh my gosh, there's so many tanks and dropships.
So this is the kind of drop where if you landed it, some people would just leave?
Absolutely. It'd be like, kind of like the recall that happened, where the recall happened, and then they were like, yep, I'm gone.
I'm not cleaning that up. Yep. Okay, it looks like he was actually ferrying 2 tanks to his third, so that's a very good use.
Yeah, and this third is pretty much impenetrable at this point. So, and honestly, Aquel's third is also looking pretty difficult to break. Just having the 3 spread tanks, a couple missile turrets. If you had
that being said, we do have 5 dropships.
There are 5 dropships full of tanks. That is true. We just need to figure out where they're going. Looks like we're loading up some Goliaths into the last one. A couple straggler Goliaths.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. Adding a little variety.
Yeah. At least a little something. And now I'd like to see it move out. So he scans the third, sees that there's pretty good defense there. And now I'm curious to see where he heads off to.
Okay. Add a couple more factories. And 2 more dropships.
Aquel's also of the opinion that tanks are good units based off of the number of machine shops he has. Every single factory gets a machine shop. I can subscribe to that. That's a pretty good way to do things.
Hey, he heard you say that losing the damage on his machine shops might hurt him. So then he thought, let's just put machine shops on every factory.
Let's just put them
so
on
I don't
everything.
have to worry about it.
What's the worst? That way, when you go back to your base, you hit T for however many tanks you want, and then on anything else, you just build that instead. Don't have to worry about which one you're clicking on. So it looks like we're getting a push out onto the map by Aquels. And honestly, I don't really like Barisu's position. Like, he has a lot of supply tied up in these dropships that haven't really done that much. The first drop was pretty effective, but now we're just waiting for these other dropships to get in.
That being said, if we have a push here from Aquels, I think the defensive tanks of Barisu, he would probably siege up, while he could just drop everything, and Aquels' units are out on the map. And he evades this vulture that was sitting at this base I thought was going to see the drop.
Barisu's been scanning pretty heavily, trying to figure out what is going on. And now Aquel's misscanned, did not see these dropships coming in directly into the natural, actually. And there's no real turrets here. So this should
Might
be
just go into the main.
He could go into the main. Oh, there are no turrets here either. Go straight into the main. Doom drop.
Yup. Oh my god.
Siege up. Kill all of the factories in here. And the
What
tanks
would you
from
do if this
Aquel's is
drop
coming back.
What would you do if this drop landed in your base?
F10 ESQ.
This is a killer drop, man.
This is...
8 full drop ships, and they all escape.
They all
None
escape.
died.
He's going to kill every single factory in here.
And he has an upgrade advantage due to him sniping that armory earlier.
So here comes Aquel's. He's on the counterattack. He's decided
Yeah.
that he can't do anything. I think you might be right. I think
But I
Barisu
think
might
the
have enough.
defensive tanks, I think you lift your natural maybe, and then you at your ramp, and your third has tanks at it too.
There's a lot coming up on the high ground here. Every tank you kill here is so valuable because you know that it's gone for the rest of the game. So there's only 2 tanks left for Aquel's. Meanwhile, the main is absolutely ravaged.
Yeah,
no more
super
factories.
strong move from Barisu.
So from here on, Barisu's going to be able to do pretty much whatever he wants on the rest of the map. Losing a lot of SCVs to this tank, but at the end of the day, he has more tanks than his opponent, even if you don't count the ones that are in his opponent's main. So, and actually one of the things that hurts the most is losing all the supply depots. It's so painful to lose all the supply depots.
Yeah, because actually, Aquel's has a 4th. I mean, I guess, obviously his main got taken out, but he had a additional base. But the dropship's just so strategically strong, Barisu.
And that's going to be it. Aquel's realizes he can't push in. That's going to be the end of the game.
Yeah,
Wow.
well played game. Interesting. Early, there was obviously that nice vulture attack, but then the dropship play from Barisu, very strong. Okay.
And that means that Team Samyang Fire is now 1 game away from taking the Tier 3 set. So we go to Neo Sylphid. At potentially our last match of the day? Or the last
Potentially.
game? This is the last match. It might be the last game. We'll see. It did seem like they were fairly well matched through the early and mid game. Let's see if Aquel's can bring it back. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, let's do this.
Okay. Neo Sylphid. In the 12 o'clock position, we've got our blue Terran, winner of game 1, Barisu.
And representing Team Socialized Medicine and Clan Ash, we have our red Terran, Aquel's, at the 845 base. No, 815 base. 745 base. One of those times. I don't know. As long as it's not an hour and 6 minutes of base. That's all I ask for.
Hey, I think it was an hour and 3. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so TVT on Sylphid.
Yeah.
No high ground.
No high ground, which is fantastic. Other thing about this map is that there are no you don't have an equal number of mains. So usually one player will take the main.
Split.
You can't split. One player will take the main, and then the other player will have to try to take it. Which means usually the games are pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you can't go to a true split map.
Yeah. Now, there are situations where one player takes the base, the other player regains control, and then you end up playing an hour-long game where you fight back and forth over those last 2 bases on the map. And those are annoying. So hopefully one player can just take it and hold it, and we can wrap up the set. So, pretty standard stuff coming out of both players. Barracks, gas. Not a whole lot to talk about. No proxies.
Yep, no cheese so far. Really, the strategic decisions will come to when we get to that first factory. What comes after that? Looks like we have Barisu scouting to the bottom. So he'll scout second.
And Wells hasn't scouted at all. Looks like this SCV just now heading out for it.
And he will scout to the bottom as well. So, both players with incorrect scouts. Set them behind a little bit as far as information goes, but probably going to lift off the barracks.
So Barisu once again pulled his guys off of gas. Or Wells did not.
Okay.
So you might see another 2-factory vulture push. We could just see different form of tech. And it looks as though we are doing another 2-factory push. Out of Aquel's.
It does look like the factory for Barisu is pretty significantly ahead, timing-wise.
Yeah, he got his gas a little bit faster, and then it was just a little bit more crisp on the timing of getting the SUV there and getting the factory started.
And so he has gone for a second factory this time.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be 2 factories for both players. Now, the upgrades for Barisu are going to be a little bit faster, but the first vulture coming out of the second factory is going to be faster for Aquel's. And that's just that little bit of gas mining. And it looks like Barisu's got 3 guys in gas again. So maybe
but I think he's going to build a CC behind his, like you see this SCV near his choke? Doesn't it look kind of like build a CC and float it, SCV?
It could. It could also just be a 3rd factory SCV.
Could be, yeah.
So, it'll be interesting.
Or maybe he just... it's an on location.
So I am a big fan of the 2-factory speed vulture, expand behind it type of build. But every single Terran that is better than me, that I've talked with about TVT, has said that it is the worst build. That you either go 3-factory vulture, or you do like a 1-factory expand. That the 2-factory speed vulture with an expand with it is just too middle of the road, and gets hard countered by either of the other options.
So it's kind of like...
That being said, I love this build. I do it all the time. Just enjoy it. There's nothing wrong with it. Except it's not good. So 3rd factory coming up from Barisu. His speed is finished on account of the slightly faster 1st factory and add-on. It looks like it's going to be 4-on-4 vultures, but speed is not done for Aquos yet. Finishes just in time, going to be able to save the vultures. And now it comes down to a micro battle of who's focus firing better. Looks like it's pretty even at this point. Maybe a little bit of back and forth. And now it looks like Barisu. Yeah,
but I think the rallies will factor in. Oh, he didn't start his vultures.
Oh, no. Meanwhile, there's only 1 vulture sitting in the expansion for Barisu.
But we do have a 3rd factory now for Barisu, and he's delaying the CC.
He's delaying the CC, and his expansion's already up.
Yep. So even if he loses this vulture, which I think he will, he actually does a fair amount of damage to one, but
I mean, even just delaying that CC does so much.
and we're gonna have a tank out now. So
Yeah.
what's the counter push gonna be? Oh, we actually have a starport coming down, and some walling at the front from Aquos.
Barisu's just, he can do whatever he wants at this point. He's got superior economy, superior tank count. So it's really going to be a challenge for
Superior
Aquos.
scouting. He has a barracks over the factories.
Yep. His starport's faster. It's really up to him about how he wants to play out this game. Ball is in his court.
Well, no, the starport is slightly faster for Aquos.
Oh, I missed his starport altogether.
Yeah, that's one. He's got. If look at the top left of his base, right out of the view of Barisu.
Oh, the second starport. So, 2-port Wraith going to be the follow-up for Aquos. His choice for trying to get back into this game.
Which could be a good play if we might get Barisu to go for dropship based on adding the end last game.
Yeah, last game and the control tower does look as though it's dropships. Goliath is out though, so Goliath's being out. Wraiths don't kill anything on the ground that shoots up. Like, it takes so many Goliaths, or so many Wraiths to be able to kill Goliaths in a straight up fight.
Oh yeah.
So, and
But it still does have some utility, especially versus like dropships and stuff.
yeah, I think Barisu, now seeing the Wraith that's attacking his barracks, will be less inclined to use the dropships.
Yeah, to go into mass dropships.
Yep. And you could see Goliath's coming out the wazoo from all of Barisu's factories. So good response from Barisu. His tank count is higher. The Goliaths will be able to push in. And again, I'm a little surprised he's not just like marching across the map to victory.
Well, it looks like he sent the SCV out. I thought he was going to send it to the third.
It could just
Maybe
be a
take
misclick.
that.
He thinks that.
Yeah, I mean, I figure he sent it out for a reason. So.
Yeah. Third of Aqua's already coming down though, so maybe that's another way that he tries to get it back into the game. Catch a dropship or two with Wraiths, get a faster third base.
Looks
And I
like
think it has a good
Aquos
chance of winning.
is gonna catch the SCV here.
Yeah, that's a great catch, delaying the
Yeah,
third base for
nice.
Barisu. And Aqua is now pulling in ahead in supply too, despite having the natural command center be delayed from the vulture harass. I don't think that Aquos has enough factories right now. I know he's trying to pump out a lot of Wraiths, but 2 factories on 3 bases? That's spooky. Spooky stuff.
Oh, we actually don't have a academy. Ooh, double academy.
Who wants to get STEM and restoration at the same time?
Exactly. We have a science facility coming up pretty soon, so maybe seems like his upgrades are going to progress faster. Obviously, he's got +1 going already. Aquos is just building his armory, and we have a second armory also up for Barisu. So seems like he's going to go heavy into those upgrades.
So a couple vultures from Barisu managed to clear out the 3rd or 4th base, depending on how you want to look at it. And Barisu's still sitting on just the 2 bases right now. Starting to get a little scared for him as the third from Aquel's is operational. Should be seeing
it
SCVs transferred.
It seems like Apple's does have a slightly better SCV production.
Yeah, slightly better
That's
SCV production, and then I think he might have just gotten caught off guard by the dropships last game.
Yeah.
So now that he's really defending against it, I think he's going to continue to macro pretty strongly and pull himself into a very strong position in this game.
Yeah, that being said, Barisu is producing off 5 factories pretty well. So like his overall army is going to be, depending on the wraiths for Aquos, in a straight up fight, Barisu might have something better, but maybe his economy and his some of his production is not going to be quite as good. Or like I would say that Aquos has, his production isn't as good, but he has a little more versatility, what his army can do. And then he's got a better economy. But like, Barisu's got better long-term sustainability if he gets this third base up with his double upgrades. He's actually going for a covert, he has a covert ops. Okay.
Wait, what? That's not a real thing. Huh.
Well, I don't think he has a barracks either. Oh, yes
He does. So it looks like a vulture drop is going to be Barisu's primary game plan right now.
Yes,
There's a lot of
and
his
we've got
mech
some...
just sitting in his base. I'd love for him to claim areas of the map with his tanks. I feel like he could be in such a better position if he just moved out, sieged up, went, this is now my space.
Also, if he ever fights, he's the one with the capability to rebuild his factory units, whereas Aquos does not have production to rebuild factory units. So if there's ever a fight and tanks trade evenly or something, which there's an absurd amount of tanks that Barisu has. Like, look at his natural and his factories.
Yes. No, Barisu's in a great spot right now. He was behind in supply, and then
But his
production's just really kicking in, and now he's ahead in supply despite being 24 workers down.
Yeah, and he's building some turret defense against wraiths, and we are going to see the vulture drop that goes all the way around the map.
All the way around the map. The Magellan of vulture drops.
The transcontinental vulture drop.
Let's see if this is able to equalize the SCV numbers a little bit. Oh, and the wraiths are actually trying to sniff it out. I kind of know.
Is this air weapons being researched by Aquos? Or is that vehicle weapons? It kind of looks like air weapons to me.
I'll be completely honest, dude. I do not look at those at all.
Oh, okay.
I click my armory, I hit the letter. I couldn't even tell you what letter it is. And then we move on with our life. Here comes the drop.
Here we go. We've got our drop.
Alright. Decent amount of damage going down. Only a single wraith currently trying to stop this.
Yeah, this is a good amount of damage. For 1-4 vulture dropship. He will lose the dropship though.
Yeah, dropship goes down.
But still.
But thins out the SCVs. Still behind over 20 workers.
Yes.
Very painful. But TVT is a matchup that you can run with very few workers, as long as you control more than half the bases. Scans going off everywhere.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of scans going down.
Both players trying to figure out what's going on with the enemy's army. And it looks like Barisu's decided now's the time. Moving tanks, trying to get them all out of the backup of his natural. Still has
we got
quite a
Wraiths
few.
fighting Goliaths in the middle of the map.
Oh, loses a lot of those Wraiths. Does not
Yep,
take
four,
long.
four went down.
You have to
Four
be
went down that quickly.
hyper vigilant with these. And I mean, Barisu still has 7 tanks at home and just an overwhelming force that could push through the middle of the map. Like, I'm almost positive he could just A-move and just crush everything here. Doesn't
Yeah,
have to be terribly
we're getting
fancy.
some support tanks. We're getting some support tanks coming down from the mineral only to give us a bit more at this pocket third for Aquos.
And battle cruisers operational from Aquels.
Okay, so I bet you, yep, it was.
It was air weapons. But
Yes.
Barisu going to try to do the push here. Starting to lose a good number
He
of
has
tanks.
the amount of Goliaths that, you know,
He has enough. Yeah, absolutely he has enough. Goliaths.
just gotta protect them.
And manages to seize a decent amount of ground just with his tanks and Goliaths. Still has a ton of army back at home.
But we do have Wraiths that are attacking. Okay, pulls him away. Yeah, he's got like these 6 tanks in the main. Yeah, Aquos is doing a very good job, I would say, as far as his expanding goes. And SCV production is definitely very good.
And it looks like mass battle cruiser is the game plan for Aquels, as he has 2 factories and 6 starports. So, still a
Yes.
ton of tanks and Goliaths just sitting in the main of Barisu.
Wait, control tower is required for battle cruisers, correct?
The what?
Control tower
Yes.
is required? Okay.
And +2 attack is done for Barisu's tanks.
Big
It's
deal,
his
big deal.
big deal.
2 shots to other tanks.
Yep.
Here's the danger, is those Goliaths getting fished by the tank shots.
Absolutely.
That being said, it's still a good Goliath count, but just gotta control them.
This has to be in control the whole time. Neither player has yet taken the other
We have a
name.
ghost produced.
What in tarnation is
Interesting.
this?
Oh wait, we have a cloaked ghost coming down to this base.
What's the end
Oh, we
goal
do have a
here?
nuclear silo at his third.
No way. There's no way.
Nuclear launch detected.
What? No.
We have
No.
a nuke at the third. At the
Absolutely
pocket
not.
third.
Absolutely not.
You see this?
Holy shit!
Oh my. Are you hearing me?
Yes! What is that? That's awesome! Battle cruisers are going to try to counterattack into the main. Barisu killing all the workers at the 4th. And now pushing up.
Okay.
But Barisu just has an army up here. There's no way, right? Aquels does not have +2 weapons yet on his tanks. And it's a lot of battle cruisers, but there should be plenty of Goliaths here.
You hearing me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, okay. Yes, yes.
All right, battle cruisers coming into the natural. A lot of Goliaths here, though, is going to be enough. The lockdown on the battle cruiser that was almost dead, an interesting choice, does kill it.
Okay, so
And
now
now-
we've got this BC Wraith army with a little bit of tank support.
With
Pushing
a
into the
single tank
natural here.
with 1 health. So if the Goliaths move up, move back from the front lines, BC's going down. A whole bunch of Wraiths going down to these Goliaths. Every Wraith is now dead. Aquels is continuing to just only build battle cruisers. Meanwhile, the Goliaths are just able to pick off, or at least heavily damage, the current battle cruiser numbers. Barisu at 37 workers, and some of them aren't mining yet. Needs
Yeah,
to be
and,
taking another
for-
base.
Barisu, he managed to earlier cut that, with the nuke earlier, cut that SCV, the amount he was down, SCV-wise,
Yeah.
but we still only have him on bases. So we'll have to see, as the game stretches on.
And he still only
Aquos has definitely had more
+1
bases for
on
a while.
his tanks. So he's going to end up losing these tank wars. But there's not quite enough Goliaths to take out this many battle cruisers. Barisu really needs to focus on killing a lot of these battle cruisers off. The 4, now 3 battle cruisers going to be
And
coming
interesting,
around.
he's going into dropship production.
Who is?
Barisu is.
That could just be in response to all of the Wraiths dying earlier. There are only 2 tanks currently on the field for Aquels, and no more in production. So, pure Goliath should be good enough. Now, we do have a dropship with a ghost in it. I'm pretty sure there is a nuke in this silo, so we are likely to see another nuke launch.
Potential target could be the natural to the bottom main.
It could. It looks like it might be going over towards the high ground expansion that Aquels took. All right, Ghost has been landed.
Nuclear launch detected.
BCs are taking out SCVs.
Yeah, if this nuke is able to get off
BC.
so many SCVs.
But this is so many SCVs. There's no way. This nuke is going off. Here it comes. All the SCVs are dead. They're on equal workers now.
Wow.
And there's only 2 tanks. Like, this is plenty of tanks to clean up this. And now all the Goliaths can just walk in at their leisure and kill every single battle cruiser here. Battle cruisers are not that good.
Well, particularly with D-Matrix, the way Barisu's using it.
And he's continuing to load up on ghosts. He can just keep doing this nuke harass. Nuke harass in StarCraft Root. What am I saying? So Aquels still has a lot of minerals, but has no gas. He has nothing. So it's going to be pretty much pure vulture from him for a while in terms of what he can produce with gas. Ivan manages to pick up the ghost that nuked.
And now we might see the bottom natural.
Yes, this is going to get scouted out by Barisu's dropship.
Get taken out by that nuke, maybe.
Nope. He didn't see it. He doesn't know about that base yet. So Aquels is starting to add on more tanks, recognizing the fact that without tank support, the Goliaths will just destroy his battlecruiser fleet. I honestly don't know where the game goes from here. Barisu's getting up his 4th base. Aquels has a command center that is closer to the gas but further from some of the minerals, I think. But I mean, realistically, he just needs the gas, so it's not the end of the world. And now his tank count is high enough to where Barisu can not just steamroll him. He still only has +1 upgrades on his tanks, though. And that's going to be hugely detrimental.
Yeah, any sort of engage that he takes with +1 versus 3/3 tanks. I mean, the +3 isn't what makes the difference, it's the +2. But the tanks of Barisu, all of the mech units, are just so much better for Barisu. That if the BCs don't really show some power, Barisu's in a better position.
Vulture's just kind of poking around.
And the thing is, Barisu has fewer bases, but that means he has less to defend. Obviously, he doesn't have the capability to mine off of 5 or so the way that Aquos is, but Aquos was also making a very cost-inefficient army with the BCs. Now, obviously, if he gets off Yamatos and things like that, it becomes efficient. But he needs to he needs to make it worth its while.
And Barisu's drop play is kicking in again.
Yeah,
Looks
this
like
is just super strong.
Is he going straight into the main? He's bypassing the expansions entirely. Looks like he's going straight for the production again. Now I wonder if this
he
will
goes armory, maybe.
It's a possibility. Looks like +2 weapons is on the way for Aquel, so would be pretty strong.
Oh, this is Oh, he even has ghosts, a tank in here. This is an interesting
my gosh,
drop.
he might nuke
Lockdown?
the production.
Oh, nuke!
Nuclear launch detected.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna nuke the production. Oh my god.
Where is it?
Where's that red dot?
I think it's
the
on the
supply
supply
depots.
depots.
Oh, that's gonna be. Oh my god.
All right, so Aquel is now
minus
hugely supply
100
blocked.
supply.
But all these battle cruisers are pushing in.
Lockdown. Now, there's not enough here to defend, but he's locked them down.
There's so many lockdowns, though. And there are a lot of Goliaths just in the main. There might be enough.
There's 5 lockdown right now.
He might be able to do it. There's a lot of Goliaths in here, and more about to pop out.
Ooh. Still, Barisu's down 100 supply right now. With the tank support.
The tanks are going to do it. I don't think the lockdown's going to last long enough.
I think it was a worthwhile attempt, but I think it's gonna end here for Barisu.
He's trying to hold on.
We'll see. We'll see. There is no production for.
There's no more production, but there's not any production for Barisu either. He's ferrying out Goliaths 3 at a time, trying to assemble an army. Both players have plenty of bank left, so should be able to reestablish production again. And Aquels is just trying to build supply depots all over the map. But Barisu completely out of everything. Has nothing left.
Yeah, there just isn't any production. He's gonna lose his depots.
All right, Avon. I hate to say it. I think
Going to game 3.
I think we're going to a game 3. We're going all the way. Nothing quite like a 6-hour cast to spend your Saturday evening, right?
Absolutely. We do have the bottom natural, a nice little harass, making sure that supply block is permanent for Aquos.
But he just doesn't have a response to these
Yeah,
battle cruisers. Like the factories get scouted.
Okay, yeah, the factories he was building at the mineral only. Worthwhile try from Barisu. And some very cool play. I forgot to mention that when you play a free-for-all with Barisu, he's the guy who's likely to start nuking people. He does that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like, you hear the nuclear launch thing, you start looking for the red dot, because he's nuking somebody.
Well, in this game, he nuked Aquels a couple of times.
Well, he had some fantastic ones. The supply depot and then both worker slaughters.
Yeah. But now he's facing down the raft with the battle cruisers. There's just nothing he can do. Does manage to get up factories and an armory.
Well, where are the BCs? Oh, okay, they killed that base. Got it.
And Aquels has a ton of factories, but no supply depots. Trying to build supply depots.
Interesting that Aquos didn't kill all the supply depots of Barisu. I think that really would have cemented it.
I think that it's already fairly cemented.
Oh, I definitely much prefer Aquos' position, but I think if you kill all the supply depots, Barisu didn't even have anywhere to rebuild them.
I think without gas, this is a foregone conclusion. And the battle cruisers are rolling in for the final death blow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we would have needed some lockdowns here for Barisu to have a chance.
Yeah, Ghost's not quite the premier TVT unit. Was neat getting to see him used, but so the factories are floating away. The battle cruisers are just kind of killing everything.
Yeah. I think this one's pretty cemented. But he's doing a little double Goliath dropship harass at the base at the bottom. But he's down to 3 SCVs. And 2.
Where's this? Oh, there's one in his
There's
main.
one in the main, and then one at the base.
At the base.
That one is actually repairing the factory that was going to burn down.
Okay. Small little drop over in the natural of Aquels. I think that was actually just the remnants of what he dropped in the main.
Yeah, I think that's just walking up. Killing a good amount of SCVs, but we now have Aquos unsupply blocked. There we go.
And last
I think it
remnants
will
of
come
Goliath.
just in time for the end of the game.
Oh, nope. Supply blocked again.
Oh, yep, he lost the...
So 0
Okay.
SCVs, no command center, and 22 supply.
Yeah, I think it's, Risu's doing a good job fighting, but his army can never now beat the army of Aquos.
And you just lost the last command center.
Yes.
I admire the tenacity. However, there comes a point where all you have left is 4 Goliaths, a siege tank, 6 dropships, and 9 supply depots. And I feel as though we're about to see a player actually get eliminated.
Yeah, I actually think he will get eliminated.
I think this is
because he's not going to build anything else. I think he's just going to drop the. You know, he probably when he's playing this, he probably is just thinking about the next game. You know,
could be the case. 2 supply depots left, and there we go.
And there we go.
Barisu
Elimination.
Eliminated. No GG. And you know
And
what
so,
party says.
What does that mean?
Means we're going to game 3.
Oh, what parting says?
Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it.
What? What, you want to say a few no GG?
Yeah. On to game 3. Whew.
Well, I'll tell you what. This TBT series has been pretty good.
This TVT has been pretty good. We've gotten to see
I
Doom
think
drops in both games. We got to see multiple nukes. We got to see lockdowns. Battle cruisers fighting Goliaths always looks super cool.
I think the only thing unfortunate for this TBT is that it's coming after casting for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, and
Because otherwise, this is a great series.
this is a fantastic series. If only we had ordered
Oh,
the
Barisu
series.
is in chat. He says he didn't realize the buildings were dying.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Probably focused a little bit more on the dropships. Are you ready to get into the last game of the night? This is actually the game that decides who wins the T3 set.
Yes,
Between
it's
Samyang
guaranteed.
Fire.
Guaranteed
and
to decide it. So I'm
Team
looking forward to
Socialized
it.
Healthcare. So, let's get into it. Enough lollygagging. Okay.
Can't believe this is our last game of the night. Sometimes they just go by faster than you think.
Yeah, and sometimes they're just a long grind of hour-long games. But it has gone fairly quickly, and I've definitely enjoyed watching all these games and casting them.
It looks like Barisu's saying in chat that he has an outside motivation for when he wins in CPL, or if he wins the CPL, he gets to 1v1 Faust.
Ah, makes sense.
So that's his motivation.
Oh, man.
So, TBT on Bloody Ridge. We've got some small chokes.
I mean, how do we make a better game than last game? It had it all. Early vulture skirmish, big tank fights, nukes, lockdowns on battle cruisers,
A ton of wraiths.
lots of wraiths, big drops. How are we gonna one up
And
it?
as we said, yeah, nukes killing 35 or 40 SCVs, something like that. Nukes killing every supply depot. That's like the most satisfying nuke you can get. Like, yes, killing workers is good, but man, when you instantly drop their supply by like 120, like he did,
That was
he ended the game supply blocked with all that army.
Both players doing their due diligence and scouting for cheese. Aquel's checked for proxies up near the third base, and Barisu checked in his main.
His base.
So, good to see.
I'm-
Would like to see both players do both, but
both players seem to be under the they seem to be in the state of mind that they're playing PvT, or TVP, checking for proxies.
No, you can BBS in TVT. It is a.
I know.
It is a real thing.
Well, particularly also you can build your barracks closer if they, if they go command center first, then you can build a couple Marines. If not, you can float it, right?
Yeah. There's a couple different things. And now Barisu had been pulling 2 guys off gas. Left 2 in on this time, and then eventually pulled out the second one. So, interested to see if he has a plan for that extra gas that he picked up.
Mm-hmm. And Aquos with 3 in gas, as he's done, like, every time, right?
Yeah. He's just... He likes getting a lot of that extra gas. And, I mean, he used it all last game. So, definitely don't fault him too much. He seems to like getting
he went into that 2-port.
Yeah.
So that definitely uses gas.
And he seems to be the type of player that really likes getting the 2 factories out faster. So, Barisu, though...
And we do have 2 fact from Barisu.
Also getting 2 very fast factories. Again, you see Barisu's factory finishing slightly faster.
Mm-hmm. And always going for that machine shop Barisu has.
You pretty much always get the machine shop first, because either you're going for speed vultures, so you want to start that speed as fast as possible, or you're building tanks, and you need it for tanks.
Okay, got it.
So you'll almost always see a machine shop first. Occasionally you'll see people build like a vulture out of it and then machine shop, but that vulture is more of just for scouting, seeing what's going on, killing off an annoying marine or 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then getting
interesting fast eBay. Or I think that's a fast eBay.
It's pretty fast. So definitely going to slow down his vulture play
CC
by a little bit, and CC. Yeah, the fact that there's no CC yet.
Okay.
Looks like
tank out from Barisu.
Barisu is going heavy into tanks this game. Should match nicely up against the speed vultures from Aquels.
Mm-hmm.
Now there
as
could
long
be,
as he can maintain a defense.
Yeah, if there's a run by and they kill 1 million SCVs, then it's a different story. But right now, siege mode is done. More tanks coming out.
Okay. So it looks like Barisu sees all the vultures filtering out.
Yep. And is marching his tanks across the map. Looking to intercept these. Should be able to get a good amount of damage on them before they even try to get into the main. And it looks like we're just fighting. So Aquels realizes, backs up, can easily just run all the way around and directly into the main. And this is going to allow...
But if we pull back, yeah, these are going to get on top for Barisu.
Yes, and these supply depots are actually going to be very detrimental when these siege tanks siege up. They're going to prevent all of the vultures from being able to get in.
Oh my. Now it's just going to be how many SCVs die to...
Oh, there's no tank back here. Oh, another tank's heading up. Oh no. Barisu just now realizing...
Yeah, a couple tanks
A couple tanks pop out, but he's still going to lose most... Okay. Looks like Aquels does pull back. The 2 tanks just doing just enough damage.
Ooh, there's only 1 tank now in production for Aquels. Just started. Isn't this... like, can't these... Now, if they siege, the SCVs can fight them, but...
But you're also going to see a lot of SCV deaths from these tanks.
Yeah, and when the tank comes out, it's going to get shot down.
And the vultures are actually coming back. But this is huge amounts of SCV damage from these tanks.
Yes.
Both players at very few
he's still sieging up. Okay, he unsieges. and he'll kill this vulture. And
All
there's
right.
2 more tanks coming across.
2 more tanks coming across. Expansion up for Barisu and more workers.
Yeah, even with all... Oh,
Oh, is he going to
tank
lose
gets
this
fished
tank?
in. Yes, but
But he
there's
has
2
2
more.
more. He should be able to clean this up. Even with Siege.
Oh,
And now should be able to clean this one up as well.
Yep. Tries to micro
Oh.
away.
The repair? Is the repair enough? No, the
No.
repair is not enough.
Okay, now let's see what Barisu does. This tank's getting surrounded.
And the SCVs take out the tank, but that's lost mining time. And Barisu is still able to just pump out tanks at this entire time.
Yeah, he's up 6 workers, and actually a factory floated from Aquos. So we actually have only 1 factory on the ground. I think a 3rd factory is going to go down for Barisu here.
I think so as well.
And also, I don't know if that CC that Aquos was building, I don't know, was that canceled or was it killed?
I don't know. I was too busy
Okay.
watching the tanks run into the main. And get swarmed by a
There is the possibility it was killed. And obviously,
be.
we know that would be much worse than canceled.
Now with the Goliath out. 2 tanks for Aquels.
Both barracks getting pushed. Barisu's getting pushed by turrets. Aquil's getting pushed by Goliath. We have 3rd fac going down for both, actually. Ooh, what's up with this factory position at like the choke?
I do not know. It is very strange.
Yeah, doesn't that really hurt your flow?
I think so.
Okay.
But it could also just be preventing the flow of units inwards as well. So you could just
Yes,
be more
yes,
concerned about
defensively.
that. But Barisu up 50% supply, has the 2nd base up and running. 3 factories with all with add-ons. I guess that's equal. Both players have that.
And barracks going down.
Barracks going
For
down
both,
for both
actually.
players. So I'm going to be on 3 factories for a while.
Although the barracks is almost done now for Barisu. Just finished. So he did a good job there, rebuilding that barracks. And he's building a CC in the top left.
Sneaky, sneaky. And that is a 3rd that will be slightly behind the natural expansion of his opponent.
Yes. And
So-
always a good idea in scrappy kind of games. If you can put a base out there that's not going to get scouted. Ooh, Goliaths might get fished in here. Okay,
No,
saves
gets
1.
pulled back. They were just trying to take out the engineering bay. So, not that many tanks for Aquels. Much
3
larger
in
force
production.
for Barisu. Barisu also getting 2 starports up. Academy and has +1 weapons on the way.
It wouldn't surprise me if he went for another heavy dropship play here. But, you know,
I feel like
he's got a lot of flexibility.
he's got a ton of flexibility on how he wants to play this. Aquels looks like he's going to be taking a 3rd base. I like this play a
Yes.
whole lot,
But still, it's behind the 3rd of Barisu.
and with the control tower, I do think that we're going to see drop ships from him again.
That being said, Aquos has prepared a little bit as far as the turret spread. We're not completely there or anything, but I think Barisu could just do something like drop the 3rd.
He can drop the 3rd. He could squeeze like directly over the natural into the production. I think would be the strongest. Go over the 3rd into the main.
Yeah,
Also strong.
there's a lot of spaces you can sort of
He could
abuse
also
here.
just attack move with his tanks and kill every single thing. I'm pretty sure. Like, he's very far ahead. And the supplies kind of reflect that.
Uh-huh.
Some of that is in workers, but
only about 7. Only about 7 worker lead, and he's up 22 supply.
and we have our drop ships on the way, which means
Yes.
that the tactical advantage is going to be there as well.
Yeah, overall, I like the positions that Aklos is choosing to siege his tanks. He's got some nice spread. He's got some, it's not like one big clump, but I just think the position that Barisu's in from the early game is
And I think
Gonna-
Aklos is doing a great job of just worker production too.
he was at a real deficit, and he's worked his way back.
Yeah.
But while Aklos has been spending money rebuilding his production, Barisu's been spending money building
Dropships.
building units and building dropships.
Wow. So both players, 3 bases, starting to work on building up into their productions that they want. And Aquil's actually sieging tanks in his main. It's almost predicting the fact that there's going to be a Doom drop.
Well, I think he did a scan. I don't know if he saw the dropships.
Yes, I did not check to see whether or not he got the scan on the dropships. It is likely, though, that he scanned. And Barisu then was checking the 12 o'clock with that scan.
Yes.
So, we're going to see.
Now, that spot, yeah, Aklos should not be able to hold that if he's trying to take a 4th there. With the dropships and everything. That's a super strong position. You could take this 12, siege down these turrets, and then drop into the main.
It's a possibility. I'm not entirely sure what Barisu's plan is, but dropships are fully loaded and ready to go.
Well, it looks like we know what his... we don't know where he's going to do it, but we know what he's going to do.
We know what he's gonna do. This is the only thing that matters right now in this game. So we're just gonna follow these dropships around.
Yeah,
See
and
what
this
happens.
is a TBT. Once you reach like certain points in the game, this is pretty strong, isn't it?
Yeah, I die to this all the time. I'm terrible at using dropships, and I'm terrible against them. And so sometimes I'll be in a good position in a game, and then there will just be an army on my production. And I'll be like, well, that was fun.
Okay, Barisi doing his pre-drop scanning. He saw the turret there at the 12, and he scanned the natural. So maybe he's going to try to weave his way through into the main, or drop at the natural.
Oh, it looks like he's going straight into the main. He found
And this is
the
exactly
gap.
that position you were talking about, where he can both hit the natural mineral line and the production. And this is such a strong position.
Yes, it's going to be difficult for...
And you have to filter back through this choke.
through the choke that he made. He even has the Goliaths ready, so the single Wraith can't take it all out. And this is going to be difficult for Arkwells to recover from. Has to bring everything back. Barisu's just able to do whatever he wants in terms of expanding, in terms of production. He's taking a 4th base right now,
Yeah, he only lost 1 dropship.
and he's
He
clearing
can
out
siege
everything.
the
he can.
natural mineral line and the main.
I think the supplies tell
Tell
the
the
story of
story.
this demise, yeah. Every tank
Also,
that comes in
we-
just gets sieged down.
Yeah, it's not the biggest factor at the moment, but we do have 1-1 versus 0-0. That's always a...
Barisu's been ahead in upgrades every single game this series. He's been very diligent about it. Getting those upgrades. Getting to where
and
he
it's
needs to be.
important, you know. That being said, as we were talking about before, though, Ackles has done a really nice job with SCV and base production throughout the entire series. I think that's something definitely that anyone can build on. When you're being very good at building workers and a variety of little moves he made, like into that PC, that kind of became a scrappy game, but he was able to pull it out.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, after you get 70 workers nuked from orbit, still having a worker lead just means that you were doing a good job building a lot of materials. And now we have the second Doom drop coming in. Some of
Probably
these
going to
aren't
drop at the
100%
12, I
full.
think.
Drop on the 12. And I would not be surprised to see a tap out from Aquos from that. And that is it. Barisu clenching out the win. 2-1. Which leads us oh my gosh. Score 5. 2-1. To a Samyang Fire victory in the Tier 3, at the very least.
And we've got Barisu in the chat saying he's not a player, he's an entertainer.
They were definitely some entertaining games. Throughout the entirety of the night, some very good games.
Oh yeah, some super entertaining series, but I think TVT actually was probably my favorite.
Yeah, I think it was...
Which often I wouldn't say, but
I think it was the
TVT
most
was my favorite.
evenly matched up. Maybe secondary to Chess T versus Circling in the middle.
Yes, absolutely.
Obviously, that one was a nail biter for both players. But yeah, 3-2 for Samyang Fire in overall sets for the evening. I don't really have anything else to say. You have any final thoughts, Avon?
A great bunch of series. It was a lot of fun to cast, and it was a lot of like you said, like hard fought games between a lot of the players. So it was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you joining me in this co-cast. I think I would have actually gone insane had I tried to solo cast this.
Yeah,
And I appreciate
I could see that.
everyone hanging out in the chat. I think Snipe was here for almost the whole time. A lot of the players tuning in to watch themselves get their games casted, and some fans of the players coming in to help support. So definitely appreciate everyone tuning in. I know that 5.5 hours of Tier 3 casting is a lot to get through. So yeah.
Yeah, hope everyone enjoyed the games, even if you just tuned in for one or two, or we're here for the whole thing. So.
And with that, we're going to call it an evening. Thank you for watching this StarCraft production for the Coach Pupil League Season 5. Have a good night, everyone.
See ya.